to do with the application in running.
and welcome everyone to this afternoon's Planning Committee meeting. Before we start, I would like to confirm which committee members and officers are here.
Thank you, Chair. In the meeting room with us today, we have Councillors William Armitage, Andrew Cooper, Mark Foster, Heather Liggett, who's substituting for Councillor Carol Huckabee, Mo Potts, Alan Powell, Tracy Reeder, Jackie Ridgway, Kathy Rouse, Diana Ruff yourself, who's joining us from the Chamber at Mill Lane, and Councillor Ross Shipman. I apologise, I'm just going to assist somebody who's just joined the meeting. And also, officer-wise, we have members of the governance team who are supporting this meeting. We have a legal representative, Jim Fieldsends, with us today. We have Adrian Kirkham, who's the planning manager, and Emily and Susan, who will be representing the planning team on applications.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
As you know, we have a protocol in place for meeting in this virtual way, which I would like the meeting facilitator to now read out.
Thank you, Chair. So this is just a reminder to all members to dress and behave as if we would do if we were in the council chamber at Mill Lane. Please be aware that this meeting is being streamed and recorded throughout. I'm going to just hit the record button now so that we can create an audio recording of this meeting. You'll hear an announcement.
This meeting is being recorded.
A further reminder to all those present to speak through the chair. Please remain muted when you're not invited to speak, and to indicate to speak, please write speak within the chat bar. You should have your closed captions enabled. I'll be able to communicate with you via that, and also through the chat function to help assist the chair, who should be able to see if people are indicating to speak, but if not, I will assist her to be able to do that. When you are speaking, members, if you could introduce yourself. So, for example, you'd be Councillor X representing Y ward. Voting for each application today will be completed by roll call. Please be mindful of your home surroundings. Please appear alone when on camera and keep yourselves on camera at all times. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. First item on today's agenda is apologies for absence. Have we only received any further ones?
Chair, apologies today have been received from Councillor Jane Barry and Councillor Carol Huckabee, who's being represented today by Councillor Heather Liggett.
Thank you. The second item is declarations of interest. Members are requested to declare the existence and nature of any disclosable pecuniary interest and/or other interests not already on their register of interests in any term of the agenda and withdraw from the meeting at the appropriate time. Have we received any declarations?
Chair, Councillor Heather Liggett is indicating to give a declaration.
Yes, I shall be speaking against the application 20/00535/FL Stretton.
Thank you.
Sorry, does that indicate then, Councillor, that you'll be leaving the meeting after you've spoken and answered any questions from members, and you're speaking in your capacity as a ward member?
Yes, that's correct, Alan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 3, minutes of the last meeting. We now have the minutes of our meeting held on Tuesday the 15th of December 2020. Are we happy that they are a correct record? And is there a mover?
I move it.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against?
Carried, Chair.
Thank you. This is where we move on to the main business of today. As you can see, we have 4 applications, each of which has its own report marked as items 4 to 7. I am happy with this and intend to consider them in that order. However, before we do this, I would like the clerk to explain for the benefit of members, speakers and the public who are watching on YouTube how they will be dealt with.
Right, thank you, Chair. This is the procedure to be for considering applications at the meeting. We will consider the 4 applications in the order that they are set out on the agenda. although there will be a break between them. The chair will introduce the application, then ask the planning officers to refer members to any late comments or updates received since the agenda was issued. The late items agenda supplement has been published on the Council's website, and the link has been sent to committee members. The planning officers will then give a brief presentation, setting out the application plans and photographs from the site. The screen showing this presentation will be shared with those attending the meeting. They can also be seen on the Council's website through its YouTube channel. Following on from this, the chair will ask each of the speakers, any ward members first, followed by objectors, then the applicant or their agent, to speak to the committee. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to put forward their views using this conferencing facility. There will be a reminder given by the clerk when 30 seconds remain. At the end of the speaker's 3 minutes, members of the committee will have an opportunity to ask the speaker questions, if necessary, in order to clarify any points they have made. When we have heard from all the speakers on an application, the chair will open up the meeting for debate by the committee and determination by a vote. A note for speakers. Once the application you've come to speak on has been dealt with, you may leave the virtual meeting room. If you choose to remain, then please mute your microphone and turn off your camera. You will not be allowed to participate further in the meeting from that point. As you're aware, this meeting is being live streamed. The Council will make a recording for the purpose of preparing the minutes. Once the minutes have been approved by the committee, then this recording will be deleted. Please note, however, that others may also record the live stream from the internet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move on to the first application. In line with our normal practice, I'm going to ask the planning officers to tell us about any late comments, reports that have been produced, and for the planning manager to give a brief presentation showing photos and plans of the site. The meeting facilitator will share the presentation on screen. This means that I might find it difficult to see everyone. Therefore, I will allow the officers to complete their presentation. I ask members to reserve any points of order or questions about the process until the end. There will be plenty of time for questions. The first application is at Ashover Hay, which is NED 20/00484/FL. Thank you.
Ask Emily, Chair, if I may, to go through the presentation with members and to provide a brief commentary on the application.
Thank you. When you're ready, Emily.
Thank you, Chair. Could I have the first slide, please? If I could refer members to the late comments, where we've received consultative comments from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, neighbouring residents and the agent. We've also received a further late representation today from a Mr. Goring, who lives at a neighbouring property at Walnut Farm, and they are concerned about drainage, ecology, trees, privacy to their own property, and that the only person who would benefit from the development would be the applicant. Full permission is sought for the construction of an outbuilding for the storage of a tractor and implements, and a log store for the upkeep of the land associated with the barn adjacent to Walnut Farm. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. The application site is highlighted in orange to the centre of the screen, and as a point of reference is sited between Ashover Hay to the west and Stone Rose Lane to the east. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. The location plan identifies the applicant's landholding of approximately 2.5 acres. The site is bounded by fields to the east, an orchard to the north, and a converted stone barn conversion known as Walnut Barn to the south. Next one, please. Thank you. Here we have the block plan, which illustrates that the proposed building would be closely associated with the application building, sited approximately metres to the east. The building is proposed to be orientated at 90 degrees and extends 4.5 metres beyond the existing dry stone wall. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. This next slide shows the floor plans of the proposed building, which would measure maximum dimensions of 6.6 metres deep by 6.8 metres wide, with a ridge height of 4 metres. The tractor and implement store part of the building would measure 6.6 metres by 4.5, with a ridge height of 4 metres, whilst the log store would measure 6.6 metres deep by 1.8 metres wide, with a ridge height of 2.8 metres. We have the next slide, please. Thank you. This plan illustrates the elevations of the proposed building, which demonstrate how the levels have been utilised on site. The building would have utilitarian appearance, finished in vertical timber wall cladding. The tractor and implement store would have a corrugated metal roof, whilst the log store would have a natural slate roof covering to match the main application building. Thank you. This first photo has been taken from the public right-of-way number 84, which is located approximately 90 metres to the west of the site in an elevated position on the ridge of Ashover Hay. The proposed building would be sited to the centre of the photo, where the caravan can be seen at present. This photo is taken from the same spot, but zoomed in just for a better view of the site. The building forward of the caravan is the building which has converted to a dwelling, whilst the building to the right-hand side is Walnut Barn, a further converted barn. Have the next slide, please. Thank you. Here we have a further photo taken from Ashover Hay Ridge. This shows the traditional ribbon development of Ashover Hay and the surrounding dwellings. Have the next slide, please. Thank you. Again, this is a further photo taken from the ridge. The application site is to the far left of the photo. Oxton Reservoir can be seen in the background. For reference, it's sited over about a kilometre away. And to the right-hand side of the photo is a field where public footpath number 83 runs in a diagonal route from Walnut Farm towards Dark Lane to the south. Have the next one, please. Thank you. This next photo is taken from public footpath number 83 within the field as mentioned previously. Looking towards Walnut Farm to the north, the proposed building would be located behind the tree to the centre of the photo. Have the next one, please. Thank you. This photo has been taken from Stone Rose Lane, which is to the east of the application site, looking back up towards Ashover Hay to the proposed building, which would be sited within the centre of the screen, where the caravan can be seen at present. Have the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows a further photo taken further along Stone Rose Lane, looking back up towards the application site in the distance. Thank you. Here we have a photo taken from Ashover Hay outside the access point to the application site. To the right-hand side of is the building, which has been it's been given consent to be converted. The proposed building would be sited where the caravan is sited. We have the next one, please. Thank you. This is a further photo from the access point of Ashover Hay. Two field accesses can be seen. The right-hand side would be used to access the proposed building. Next one, please. Lastly, this photo is taken from outside Walnut Barn, looking towards the application site. Thank you. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. I'm going to invite the speakers to speak. As the clerk explained, they will each have 3 minutes to get over their points. They will be informed when 30 seconds remain. As members, you can ask them to clarify any matters that have been raised, but remember your question should only relate to the points which have already been made. If the technology fails us, we will have asked them to send us in advance written statements for their comments. Those that we have received have been included in the agenda supplement. I'm going to read the speakers in order that I have them on my list. What I will ask for speakers is that we do not have lots of repetition because we have quite a few speakers. Councillor Armitage, your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. It was the matter of the wildlife report. Do I take it that we haven't had one?
I can just answer that, Chair, if I may.
Yes,
the
please.
Comments made by the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, as Emily's mentioned in her update Chair, are in that pack. And just to answer Councillor Armitage's question, Chair, no, we've not sought nor received an ecological report from the applicant. I'm happy to take further questions on that about the issues it may or may not raise, Chair, now or later, depending on yourself and how members wish to understand that issue as far as officers are concerned.
Could I comment on this, that without this report, we have to have this report before we can proceed with the planning application, because it's part of the law. Would you say, and I would really go for a deferment of this whole application because it's not in place.
Chair, I'm happy to come back now, as I say, or await further instruction from yourself if you wish to address this issue further into the application consideration, Chair. I can certainly give you the officer view.
Okay, let's have the officer view before we proceed.
The advice further to the consultation response from the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust is, as I say, within the pack that members have received, and in that members will note that the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust are advising that prior to determination of the application, it is recommended that a preliminary ecological appraisal is undertaken. And to assist members, we've included in the pack the relevant paragraph from Circular 06/2005, but the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust also set that out in their consultation response. From an officer point of view, Chair, we've sought further advice from the planning practice guidance, and again that's set out in the advice we've set out to members in the update, which talks about needing such surveys where there is significant or large-scale potential impacts on ecological interest. And from the view of officers, a building that is measuring approximately 7 metres by 7 metres, Chair, is not one that is likely to have those significant impacts. And certainly the view of officers is that to place the applicant at the position of having to undertake such a survey at considerable expense in terms of an application of this small scale is not considered by officers to be appropriate or proportionate in this instance. Indeed, Chair, if we were seeking such appraisals on developments of this scale located in the countryside across the district, we'd be asking them for on a great many applications and not just ones in this location, Chair. And that's the view that we have as officers, that in terms of impact on ecology, if there is any, it's very limited in scale and subject to an appropriate mitigation strategy could be addressed through condition. And that's why we brought the matter to members for consideration this afternoon, Chair. Just finally, just to address the issue that Councillor Armitage has raised regarding potential deferral, that is an option open to members if the committee believe that they don't have all the information necessary to consider the application. But in doing deferral at this stage, Chair, it would be indicating to the applicant that this is the only issue of concern to members, and there would be a suggestion, I think, in that deferral that deferral was on that basis only and subject to the potential addressing of the ecological interest. It could be taken by the applicant that all of the matters are addressed, Chair. My advice to members would be to hear the speakers and consider the merits of the application. And if you consider that ecology is the only issue at that point that needs addressing, then that would be the appropriate time, if members considered it such, to seek deferral for that additional information. Then we would bring the matter back for consideration of that issue only. But following consideration of all the matters, Chair, members may have other elements of the application that they may wish the applicant to look at, so that could all be done in one element and one package rather than potentially coming back to members with that suggestion that all matters other than ecology were addressed, and then the expectation that subject to that appropriate mitigation that the application would otherwise be acceptable. So that's the basis of the officer view and why we've considered it appropriate still to bring the matter to members, Chair. First of all, officers believe that members do have all the information necessary to address all issues, and if they are concerned about the localised impact of ecology, a condition could address that. But also, Chair, in terms of the general concern or consideration of the application, we believe it is appropriate to continue discussion of it this afternoon.
Yes, Chair, I think that's right. In terms of the determination, obviously members will do that based on all the evidence that you've heard and read today. So I think actually, although that remains an option, it's something that perhaps you'd actually want to talk about later, following the both the speakers' evidence and also the further discussion with officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support what Councillor Armitage has said about a deferment. I understand what Mr. Kirkham said, and I do take that on board. But for me, I'd like to look at this all together. If we defer this, I'm not deferring it just for that reason alone, that we don't have the wildlife report. But I'd like to look at the whole lot together with the wildlife report, rather than hear all the speakers and take the time up of this committee and then it come back later on just for that. What I'd like to do is look at the whole lot together, and the wildlife report is part of that information. I wouldn't want to start making a decision or have an opinion before we see all the information. So for me, to make sure, I'd like the whole lot in front of me. So I'd support and second that from Councillor Armitage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I must admit I'm very torn, because I would like to hear all the speakers so we could gather the evidence.
Yeah, if I may.
Councillor Shipman, then Councillor Reader.
These speakers have probably took time off work and done all sorts of things to come and speak today. It seems rather ludicrous that we'd defer it before we've even heard all evidence, when we could easily make a decision today.
Thank you. Councillor Reader.
I have to say I agree with Councillor Shipman. I'm quite shocked that we're having this discussion now. Usually the running order of the meeting, we would hear the speakers speaking first, and then councillors would have the opportunity to ask questions of the officer, and then we'd have all what we needed to make a decision of whether we defer at that point. So I don't think I would support Councillor Armitage and Councillor Foster on this occasion. I'm sorry.
No, fine. I've made my decision. I'm going to go. I want to hear what the speakers have to say, and then we can make a decision afterwards. Sorry, gentlemen, but I do feel as strongly as the other candidates. The people have given up their time. So I think we'll start with the speakers.
Okay, Chair, I'll go along with you.
We can start with Councillor Mike Thomas from Ashover Parish Council.
Can you hear me, Chair?
You can. You've got 3 minutes, Mr. Thomas. Starting now.
Good afternoon. I'm representing the views of Ashover Parish Council. Our objections to the application as follows. Firstly, the wildlife survey, which has already been touched on. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust's response of the 4th of January states this application lacks any ecological information. Prior to determination, they recommend a preliminary ecological appraisal be undertaken in order to establish the habitats present and determine the presence or absence of protected species. Such a survey to be undertaken prior to the determination of a planning application. We understand this is an obligation, statutory obligation, we understand, and departure from this requirement can only be allowed under exceptional circumstances. We've not seen any evidence of such, and with respect, don't feel the planning department has the skill set or authority to override this obligation. Second, ground levels. No details of levels have been provided. We're concerned that the ground levels may be substantially altered and thus compromise how the buildings would harmonise with the appearance of the site and the surrounding special landscape area. Third, construction of double-skinned walls is unusual for an agricultural building. Now, as the plans no longer show cavity walls, these could, of course, be reinstated in future. Aligned to this concern is the fact that the plans show that substantial foundations remain, together with blockwork rising to the height of the roof, which is unusual for an agricultural building. Fourth, previous conditions imposed on application 16-01227 should be carried forward. For example, under condition 3, storage buildings ancillary to the primary use of the site would be detrimental to the character and amenity of the area, contrary to policies GS6, NE1, NE2 and R9. So why is this condition being ignored in considering this application? Finally, Ashover's neighbourhood plan. The planning officer has rightly recorded a series of policies within the Ashover neighbourhood plan where this application falls short. These are AP 1, 2, 11, 13 and 16. Time doesn't permit the opportunity to go through each of these in turn, demonstrating the associated concerns. However, the fact that so many policies are referred to highlights the degree of concern. Especially relevant are that the development would be visually intrusive in this special landscape area. The building is not of an appropriate scale, and coupled with previously
30 seconds remain.
It does represent a loss of privacy for neighbouring properties. On this basis, we object to the application.
Thank you. Have we any questions? Councillor Armitage?
Yeah, perhaps you could just briefly outline the policies which have been of the Ashover Neighbourhood Plan, which have been, what shall I say, not really featured much in the officer's report.
Okay. I think it would be fairly time consuming. I've mentioned policy 1, for example. That was the first one. And in this respect, we're talking about the shape and form of the relevant settlement. The scale, which I've already touched on as an issue, and the particular requirement there is a scale which reflects the size, character and level of service provision and relevant settlement, and doesn't adversely affect the neighbouring properties by way of loss of privacy, daylight, visual intrusion or immunity. Then there's 2, which is development proposal outside the limits of the development. So I think that stands alone as that supporting the rural economy needs to be in the countryside, affordable housing, the use of redundant settlement.
So it's outside the settlement development limit, and also it's in a special landscape area within a special landscape area within outside the settlement development limit.
Yes, it is indeed.
Right.
And then we go to policy 11, which is associated with design, and I've touched on this: the distinctiveness, the scale, how it harmonises with the surroundings. Then beyond that, there's 13 and policy 16, and 13 is landscape character, and of course for us, and indeed I believe the other objectors, that is a key issue. Ensuring that there isn't an unacceptable visual intrusion adversely affecting landscape elements. So that's just a flavour of what that particular one's about. And the final one is about dry stone walls. So that was a specific issue here. I did notice within the planning officer's report that there's intended to be an offset whereby the demolition of one wall will be offset by the construction of another one somewhere else. But what this policy is about, of course, is ensuring that dry stone walls are retained, and currently they form part of the character of that area, which is going to be compromised.
Thank you. Are there any sorry?
Thank you, Councillor.
Are there any further questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Move on to the next speaker, Emma King. Hello, Emma. You have 3 minutes starting now.
DWT unequivocally recommended a preliminary ecological survey prior to determination of the application, citing paragraph 99 of Circular 05/2006. These are statutory obligations regarding wildlife in planning. By failing to survey prior to determination these statutory obligations, the NPPF, numerous pieces of gov.uk guidance are being ignored. This leaves any decision open to legal challenge. Of the reasons given for ignoring the recommendation to survey prior to determination, none have any basis in policy guidelines or law. The first reason given is that the development is so small it will not be of detriment. This is not supported by any evidence. Something big enough to need planning permission is potentially big enough to have an impact on wildlife, especially in a wildlife-rich area such as Ashover Hay. Only trained ecologists can determine impacts, and an ecologist from the DWT already agrees professional surveying is required here. Furthermore, additional species-specific surveys are merited by habitat and local records, not size of development. For example, the gov.uk guidance on great crested newts, a protected species, states to survey if there's a pond within 500 metres, which there is. It's not negated by size or small developments, nor is it negated by plastic herons or goldfish. In contradiction to the first point, that there will be no impact, the planning officer stated she was aware newts were likely to be present and would therefore write the newt surveying mitigation into the planning conditions. According to Circular 05/2006, leaving surveying to planning conditions is only for exceptional circumstances, of which there are none. Since the planning officers are not ecologists, they cannot envisage what requirements will be needed to further assess impacts, mitigate, and as the case may be, license prior to the studies being complete. It's therefore impossible for planning conditions to be set without professional assessment. It's not sufficient to merely assess. Under the NPPF, mitigation and enhancement of biodiversity must be in place. The applicants have not attempted any mitigation or enhancement. The report cites a new dry stone wall as suitable replacement habitat for common lizards. However, there's actually no new dry stone wall in the plan, and no ecologist has verified that this is acceptable mitigation. To summarise, consultees, the law, policy and guidelines stated that ecological surveying prior to determination was necessary. Surveying would have established species presence, the impacts of development, and aided mitigation of those impacts. Instead, the application report contains guesses as to the forthcoming requirements, including any required by law. Since the application fails to demonstrate appropriate surveying for, mitigation of an impact on, and enhancement of wildlife, permission must now be refused.
Thank you. Have we any questions? Councillor Armitage?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. You've heard what Adrian Kirkham had to say. What conclusion do you concur from that?
Emma, could you hear the question?
Yes, it was that I wasn't sure if that was directed to me.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, what Mr. Kirkham had to say. Mr. Kirkham hasn't asked for any reports. He doesn't have the information in front of him to be able to assert that there'll be no impact. So he's not able to conclude that. Furthermore, he can't guess as to what the mitigation might be. And the planning department also have failed to address the question of enhancement of wildlife, which is required under the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 174.
If I may, please just come in here. I'm seeking to advise members in the best information that I have, and I think that the issues around the validity of the information I've given to members, I believe will be best discussed by members when it comes to that debate, rather than a suggestion, Chair, at this point that the information I've given to members is inappropriately given. I think that's a discussion that would be best kept for discussion with members at the appropriate point, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Will do.
I'll go along.
The main argument given is that it's small, but I'm saying that it's not size that determines the gov.uk guidance. The guidance states to survey regardless of size of the development. It doesn't exclude small developments.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? No? Thank you, Emma. Next speaker is Andrew King.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes, Mr. King.
Thank you. My assertion is that the proposed development is not an agricultural building that is for the operation of use appropriate for its location. My comments on evidence derived from the application and related case office report. The report referenced 2.6, the site is located within open countryside, which is designated as a special landscape area. My comment, local plan GS 1.6 guiding principle in the countryside is that development should both benefit economic activity and maintain and enhance the environment. Case reference 2.7, full permission is sought for the construction of an outbuilding for the storage of a tractor and implements and a log store for the upkeep of land associated with the barn. Comment, other than elevations drawings revised C as received by the council on 13th November 20, the application makes no reference to this being an agricultural building. The barn, which is the existing building within the site, previously approved on 16th of Jan 17 as a mixed-use building for tractor store and stable stroke tack room, is situated close to the road shown as Hay Lane and adjacent to Walnut Barn. This building now has planning consent to be converted into a 4-bedroom dwelling, planning reference 200044. The existing use of the site, which includes the barn mentioned above, confirmed by the applicant at section 14 of their application, is domestic, with land use to allow for the keeping of horses, an activity not normally qualifying as agricultural unless the horses were used for working the land or farmed for meat or hides. See the government keeping horses on farms reference. Report reference 8.35, the planning officers recommend a restrictive use condition that the building shall not be used in connection with the running of a business. This will militate against the likelihood of any economic activity being directly associated with the proposed building that is to be situated in the countryside. Conclusion: there appears to be no evidence put forward in the application that any agricultural activity is being undertaken by the landowner. And furthermore, the certificate of ownership, certificate A of the planning application, has been completed declaring that the land has no agricultural tenant. Hence, the land has no farmer. This in turn must cast serious doubt over the principle of development in open countryside, particularly
30 seconds remaining.
That section 8.8 of the officer report. In principle, an agricultural building on this site is considered acceptable as the development is for the operation of a use appropriate for its location. Consequently, it is asserted that this is merely an outbuilding to a domestic dwelling house, not an agricultural building, and has no place in open countryside. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. Move on to the next speaker, Martin Howe.
Can you see me, Chair?
No.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes. 3 minutes, Mr. Howe.
Thank you. I'll confirm my comments to planning matters and factual references. Mrs. Cartwright's report lists 5 applications recently on this site. This application makes 6 out of a total of 19 recent development applications put before this council by this applicant. An application for a tractor store and stables on this site was granted in January 2017. Condition 3 of that permission states categorically no structures shall be allowed on the land connected to the application. Unfortunately, the tractor store and stables was not built as per their approved plans, and from day one, it was used as a domestic garage. 3 years to the day later, application was made to convert this 3-year-old tractor store in perfect condition and in full use, albeit as a garage, to an extended 4-bedroom dwelling. This was granted by Mrs. Cartwright, referring to fears of overdevelopment should any further development be applied for on this site. 12 weeks later, this application was made for a further tractor store and stables, and originally identical in size and construction to the one recently granted permission for a dwelling. The site is in fact full, and this greenfield site was the only option left open to the applicant if he wished to continue development. Numerous amendments and even a change of title followed, with the pretense of horses only being dropped on the very last day when final revised plans were submitted. It was very strange for people who have chosen to live in the countryside to object against the building of an outbuilding of proportionate size and construction, which is justified and which has been proven to be required by the applicant due to having the equipment listed on the application form. What I'm objecting against is that this proposed building meets none of the above. The building will be within 20 metres of my boundary, not 46 metres, as in the report, and will impinge on my privacy and enjoyment of my own property. In addition, the existing tractor store and stables, soon to be a house, will have an upstairs window directly overlooking my property, and that is 5 metres from my property. There is no justification or need for this building, and therefore no merit in permitting its construction. Remember, the applicant has already claimed the same justification once before on this site. That building was constructed like a house.
30
with cavity
seconds
walls.
remain.
Was constructed like a house with cavity walls, used initially as a garage, and now soon will be a house. That is not supposition, that's fact. There are no tractors or farm implements on this site, either now or in the preceding 3 years when the previous building was available for that purpose. Guidance says I must not talk about the possible future development of this business. However, if built at all, I can say what I think this building will not be.
That's
And I
time,
think
Chair.
it will not be a tractor store and stables.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Have we any questions? Councillor Armitage?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps you could just touch on the privacy factor of this application as it regards to your property.
Well, as I said, the property, the existing building that was built as a tractor store and stables is 5 metres from my boundary. That is shortly to become a house, and that has a window, shows a window in the gable end overlooking my property. The building site that I live next door to has been going on for 5 years now, since the original conversion of Walnut Barn by the developer, Mr. Bedford, and also then the building of the tractor store. And now we have this further application on a greenfield site for what is termed to be now it was a tractor store and stables. It is now just a tractor store and log store and implement store. I think the point overriding everything on here is that there were no farm implements or tractors or horses involved in the building of the first tractor store and stables, and exactly the same thing is happening here now. So there's no justification at all.
So there's no horse on this site at all?
The first building was built, the application form said tractor store and stables. It was obvious when the building went up that there were to be no horses because the building was not built as per plans, because the stable doors, although showing to be stable doors from the outside and opening at the top and the bottom, were in fact solid on the inside. So any intent for horses there was not proven. It was used from day one as a garage, a domestic garage for the Walnut Barn development. And then 3 years later, as I said, almost to the day, a brand new building, the application was done 3 years ago, so it took 6 months to build. So a 2.5-year building was then applied for permission to turn into an extended 4-bedroom dwelling. The cavity walls in that building, it was built as a house. It was built, ready for construction, ready for conversion, if you like. It was easy to do. I'm afraid this building, with its huge foundations, supposition I know and looking into the future, but it's a building with foundations that are proposed that are far and away over-engineered for a simple agricultural building.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Any further questions? No, if we move on to Susan Howe.
So just give a moment, we're on the same feed, Chair, so if you just have a moment. Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, when you're ready, Susan, 3 minutes.
Right. There are any number of valid planning reasons to refuse the further development of this site into a greenfield countryside setting. The Ashover Neighbourhood Plan has been adopted by NEDDC and is now the bedrock of their planning policy for Ashover Parish. The government statement on this says the establishment of a plan gives local people the opportunity to have their say in local development. On 2 occasions now, over 30 local people plus the parish council have voiced concerns And indeed, some of these are based on previous development on this and other sites operated by the applicant. And these concerns do appear in Mrs. Cartwright's report. In addition, all the following policies are quoted as being material to the decision-making process: sustainable development, open countryside, landscape character, special landscape area, protecting and managing features of importance to wild flora and fauna, development affecting nationally rare species, general design principles, surface and foul water, highway access and the impact of new development, development in the countryside, biodiversity and geodiversity, flood risk and drainage, high quality design and placemaking. In addition, the ELP policies SS9 and SDC3 seek to safeguard the countryside from inappropriate development. Having looked at the above policies and also having read Mrs. Cartwright's report, it seems the decision to conditionally approve is based only on the fact that there is a certain landholding. It seems that the applicant does not have to actually own a tractor or farm implements or prove agricultural activity to gain planning permission for such a building on this site for a second time. The crucial difference now is that this latest application is on a greenfield site. You say that conditions will be attached, but who will ensure that these conditions are enforced? It has been shown that conditions attached to existing buildings on this site have not been adhered to and have not been enforced. Will any conditions now be strong enough to ensure that possible future applications for change of use, extensions, hard standing, lighting, etc. are refused? And can Planning Committee guarantee this? This building has no justification and therefore no merit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you, Mrs. Howe.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next speaker, Philip Wilson.
Chair, Philip Wilson is not on this call. Alan, can I just confirm that he doesn't meet the criteria for having his speech read out?
Yes, the criteria, Chair, is that the speaker should have attempted to log on to the meeting and had difficulties being able to access the call. So on that basis, just for consistency's sake, I'm not sure whether we would be able to read this out. The speech is, however, within the pack, so members will have had the opportunity to read it and assess it as part of their decision-making process today.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to Elaine Bagshaw.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes, Elaine, when you're ready.
Thank you. This is a special landscape area, and as such, any approval must demonstrate cognizance of this. After reading the Planning Officer's report, it appears that the main reasons for granting conditional approval are based on the applicant's rationale for the need for secure storage for machinery and implements to maintain the area of land of approximately 2.5 acres. As a previous landowner, I appreciate the need for this myself. However, in this instance, I consider the need to be overstated. The building is variously referred to as a tractor shed, an implement store, at one point as the stables, and now as an agricultural building. The land itself has had change of use from agricultural land to equine use, with restrictions on the erection of additional buildings. I have been unable to get clarification from planning as to what the current status of the land is. The Planning Officer's statement in 8.8 is incorrect. The applicants carry out no agricultural activities on this site. Indeed, in section 14 of the planning application, the applicants themselves state that the land is for domestic use and for the keeping of horses. They have no agricultural sized tractor or equipment. Indeed, for the past 6 months, the applicants have mown all of the land area with a domestic ride-on mower at least twice a week, an activity which is changing the condition of the land from agricultural or equine to domestic garden status. The Planning Officer refers to an existing building at the nearby Walnut Farm as being similar to that is being proposed by the applicant, and this building is considered not to protrude into the landscape. The building at Walnut Farm is used to provide secure storage for a domestic ride-on mower and other maintenance equipment for a very similar area of land, 2.5 acres. The building has a secure storage area of 12 square metres with a ridge height of 3.3 metres, built below but away from the same original field wall that the applicant plans to demolish. The building at Walnut Farm has been sited so that it's barely visible in the landscape. The proposed building, however, will have an overall footprint, including the log store, which is an integral part of the building, of 41 square metres and a ridge height of 4 metres, 4 times the size of that at Walnut Farm for the same level of activity. It requires the demolishing of an ancient field wall. It has very substantial footings in addition to a concrete pad. It will have internal walls of concrete blocks to roof height, plus external timber cladding, and requires significant ground excavations. The appearance of the building bears no resemblance to any other building in the vicinity, apart from the one that they now have planning permission for conversion to a dwelling. Because of the lack of agricultural activity on this site, there is no justification for a building of this size and scale and design.
That's time, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Armitage?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, could you just reiterate about the fact that there's that it's being used not for agricultural use, the land now, as it's being cut with a ride-on mower. I mean, I take it there are no implements or tractors that are needed. Would I be right in this?
Absolutely correct. It's a domestic ride-on mower. It doesn't even have a collection box. And the applicants have been mowing the land at least twice a week, which is far in excess of what would be necessary anyway, if it was to be agricultural land or even equine land. And there's no other machinery associated with it. They've done no hedge trimming. They do some trimming around the edges, which is not great for wildlife because it destroys the long grass edgings around the fields. It is just a domestic field and it's being turned gradually into a garden.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Thank you, Elaine.
Excuse me, Chair. Mr. Wilson has now joined the room, so I suggest that you take his speech now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to work from an office over in Europe. Okay, so yes, I have made representation before to officers by means of 2 letters of objection. The specific comment today relates to the vehicle access to the site and the fact that the vehicle access to the site is very dangerous. The alterations on the site have been made numerous occasions. The original vehicle access to Walton Farm, to Walnut Farm as it was, has been closed off. A new entrance to Walnut Barn, which is now separate from this application, was made, which does have good sight lines. But what is now being called Hay Up, which is the garage cum tack room, whatever it was supposed to be called, that's now being turned into a bungalow, to which this application relates, is using what used to be a field gateway, which is it is an obtuse angle to the road, and the sight lines are non-existent from that point. And I don't feel that highways have made properly assessed nor understood the fact that any vehicle coming out of the property is safe, is not causing a danger to other users. In fact, in my experience, as I put in the text that I put forward to this meeting, we're aware of 2 instances where one, a cyclist was almost knocked off, and 2 walkers were, by the emergence of vehicles from the site. From past experience of Mr. and Mrs. Bedford's activities, I have no confidence that this current building, which is supposedly not going to have any hard standing, will be used for anything other than further vehicles. And it also, unfortunately, precludes an area of turning space that was previously laid out in the application made earlier in 2020 relating to the conversion of the former tap room, stables and storage, which because the log store now spans across the vehicle parking and turning area as well as the field behind. So I think the current application is having an impact potentially with even further detriment. But the main point is that I want Highways to revisit the whole concept of the entrance to the road. That's my point. I don't think that it's been properly covered off.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions? No, thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker, Alison Sparks.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, if you could close down your camera as well, please. Thank you.
Hello, Alison. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Hello, yes, thank you. I submitted an objection in July 2020 and also a revised objection in November 2020, and I made 3 points. I asked, is it domestic, is it agricultural, is it equestrian? And I'm still asking the same question. I'm really not clear about the status of some of this. The log store part of the application sits within the curtilage of the proposed 4-bedroom house, and this has been domestic land since 2013. The tractor store part of this application sits on land which is outside the curtilage of the planned 4-bedroom house. So the land on which the tractor store part of this application sits is no longer agricultural and has not been agricultural since change of use was granted in 2016. None of the land in this application is agricultural, but there are still several references in the officer report to it being agricultural building and also references to a holding. In terms of the historic content, which was my second point, the proposed building would be detrimental to an historic landscape and would be contrary to policies AP 11, this is of the Ashover Neighbourhood Plan, protection of ancient enclosures and overall visual intactness. AP 13, that refers particularly to field boundaries and settlement patterns, and AP 16, with specific reference to dry stone walls of the Ashover Neighbourhood Plan, which is a material consideration. The proposal is to straddle and therefore demolish part of an existing dry stone wall. The dry stone wall potentially illustrates the post-medieval and or 18th or 19th century pattern of field enclosure in this area, and is an historic demarcation between the buildings which are in the ribbon development of Ashover Hay. All the buildings tend to be close to the road, and the open land in the enclosed fields behind that ribbon. And this development will affect how the historic landscape is read. All of the views of the historic pattern of settlement would be altered by this development jutting into the open green field. It's viewed from far around. In terms of the visual intrusion into the landscape, there are lots of policies which have already been referred to by other speakers about
30
the
seconds
landscape.
remain.
There is obviously, yes, certainly, thank you. Again, reference to policies AP 11, 13 and 16, AP 16 of the neighbourhood plan. From the hay and from the whaleback, you would look straight down upon it and see it jutting out into the open green field. From Hay Lane and from the path by Walnut Farm, you see it jutting into the open green field. From Stone Rose Lane, you would see it from below jutting into the open green field, and none of this would be mitigated by the construction at lower level, which is what the applicant suggests.
Chair.
From all angles.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparks.
Okay, thank you.
Have we any questions? No? Fine, thank you. We'll move on to the agent, Ian Goodwin.
Chair, Mr. Goodwin is in the meeting room. I've just given a prompt to speak. Mr. Goodwin, are you there?
Mr. Goodwin, you're on mute.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It is noted that Councillor Armitage has requested the application be considered by members due to the impact on the landscape. In looking at the planning officer's report and the site location plan attached, I'd like to draw to members' attention that the site location plan is wrong. That site location plan shows the initial sized proposal. The initial proposal had a footprint of 4.2 metres by 8.1 metres. The proposal has been significantly reduced to a footprint of only 6.6 metres by 6.3 metres wide. Paragraph 2.8 incorrectly measures the building at 6.6 metres deep by 6.8 metres wide. It is 6.6 metres deep times 6.3 metres wide. So to put this into some form of context, it may help members to visualise a single garage-sized building on a land holding of 2.5 acres. Paragraph 8.8 confirms this is a reasonable amount of land to justify the proposal. Paragraph 8.11 also notes that the building will not protrude any further into the open countryside than the neighbouring agricultural building at Walnut Farm, not Hay Farm. I think there was a typo error there in the report. I have to say it is sad that immediate neighbours have enlisted an army of people from far and wide in order to try to stop this very modest proposal. Whilst at the same time Hay Cottage are in the process of major building work to alter a 3-bed house to a 5/6-bed house, Hay House had previously converted an outbuilding and sold it on as a detached dwelling. Desperate comments have been made about the wildlife and small garden pond at Walnut Farm. This pond was made approximately 3 years ago by the previous owner. It is rubber lined, has a plastic heron. It was stocked with goldfish and it is upstream of our proposal. Therefore, our proposal has no impact. An ecological survey requirement is not appropriate for this very small scheme. Mr. Kirkham has already explained that there is no significant
30 seconds remain.
And if councillors push this requirement for this very small scheme, then basically many planning applications will have to have one. This will place an unnecessary burden on development throughout the district. Hopefully members will be able to agree with the recommendations of their own planning officer and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Armitage?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Is this an agricultural building or not? We seem to be in a dilemma here, considering that it's outside the settlement development limit, it's in open countryside, and it's in a special landscape area. So can you tell me why, and is it agricultural?
Yeah, the sole purpose of the building, from my instruction from my client, is this building is for secure storage for equipment to maintain the 2.5 acre landholding. The only part of the building that's within the residential curtilage, as other people have touched on, is the log store, which really I put on to soften the, which I put on to soften the building from the view from Walnut Barn. So it straddles a little bit, Councillor Armitage. You've got the log store on the curtilage side, and then on the countryside, on the field side, you've got the implement store. It's a secure implement store. The local constabulary have problems with of break-ins and equipment being pinched. This is a secure building. It's single skin block work. It's softened with timber cladding so it fits in. It flows with the natural levels of land. It will be a tasteful building and appropriate for its use.
Your client already had a building which was secure, but he decided then to make it into a house. You know, I can't really understand as the reason. And also the log store, you could get half a forest into that. It's massive. It increases the footprint by must be 30%.
Well, I just don't see it. You can take the log store off. I mean, that was just a bolt on to have a practical use for the appliance for the new building, for the new house.
But is this for this building or not? This log store? You seem to be at a miss as to what its exact purpose are.
Well, a log store is for keeping logs for the heating appliance for the new house. Well, for the converted house that's yet to be started on site.
Although it's outside the settlement development limit, which you've already admitted.
The log store is in the curtilage of the consent that's been already issued for the conversion.
Right, but this consent for the log store hadn't been given at the time.
What then?
The log store.
We've got planning for the conversion of the existing house to make a 4-bedroom property.
From the agricultural building which you had informally. Could you tell me the significance of this pond and a plastic heron?
Well, there's been a whole host of objections. There's been an army of people against my clients on this one, goodness knows why. And outlandish comments have been made. Comments where I know where these have come from, and I know that it's from sometimes a lack of understanding on building construction. Well, that's a whole other ball game. But there are issues everybody jumps on. People will talk about, oh, great crested newts, bats, barn owls. They all think it's a lever to get into you guys to try and stop something that's happening, and basically it's nasty. It's not, and in this case, it's not appropriate for this building, as Mr. Kirkham has already clearly said. That if somebody wanted to try and justify because whatever's going to try to refuse this because there's no ecological, it's frankly beggars belief.
Well, I beg to differ on that, but there you go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we've now the opportunity to put questions towards the planning manager and other officers about this application. Again, I would like to keep this part of our proceedings focused on getting clarity about any of the points that you're not sure of. Oh, Councillor Reader, I can see your hands up, and Councillor Liggett.
I have a couple of questions. It's for Adrian and Emily, but it's also, I wondered if I could ask Jim a question as well. Is it appropriate to ask that, or would you rather me wait?
Can you just wait till I finish reading my programme? We'll know where we are. Yeah, okay. So I'll make a list. I've got Tracy, Heather, and Ross. Yeah. Okay. Once we've done this, we can then have our discussions about the application based on all we've heard and read. For that reasons, member, I would be grateful if you could not move any motions at this stage. Let's wait until we've had a chance to make our assessment and to ensure that this happens and avoid any confusion. I have asked the clerk to highlight this point if anyone indicates that they wish to move a motion before I've said that I would be prepared to take them. Again, the same rules apply. Please mute your microphones unless you want to speak. So, at the end of the debate,
Chair, it will be now questions to the planning manager.
fine. So, Tracy, do you want to start?
Yeah, Chair, if that's okay. So Adrian and Emily, I just wondered if I could just make sure that Highways have checked all the access points and everything. I know it says in the report that it's utilising an existing access point, but as far as you're concerned, there was no concerns with regards to the access to the site. My other question would be with regards to the materials being used for the building. You feel that it's in keeping with the area, with the timber cladding and the roof. You have no concerns with regards to what the building is made out of. You don't feel that it's going to sort of, really visually impact on the area from that kind of perspective. And my question to Jim, if I can just ask it all together,
Yep.
and then you can answer. It was one of the objectors who mentioned, Jim, regarding the ecological survey, opening ourselves up to legal challenge. So I was wondering if Jim could kind of put me a little bit more in the picture with regards to where we are legally with regards to that, if that's okay, Chair.
Fine, that's lovely. Jim, do you want to start? You're on mute still.
Okay, so I think it might be useful if I read out extracts from the document that was referred to. So it was circular, I think 05. I can't remember the reference, but it was the section 99 from that circular, which states that I'll read out the relevant sections. It says it is essential that the presence of, or otherwise of protected species and the extent that they may be affected by the proposed development is established before the planning permission is granted. Otherwise, all relevant material considerations may not have addressed in making the decision. So it's recommended that there should be a survey. However, it goes on to say that bearing in mind the delay and cost that may be involved, developers should not be required to undertake surveys for protected species unless there is a reasonable likelihood of the species being present and affected by the development. Therefore, that means that there's not an absolute requirement where there are species to have a survey. And if the council believes that due to the nature and the scale of the development, even if there are species present, that the actual development is unlikely to affect the species, then there is no requirement to require a survey to be undertaken. And I think that this is precisely what Adrian has stated at the start of the item. I think he was saying that due to the scale of the actual development, there is no requirement in this case to undertake or require a survey to be undertaken. Therefore, if we don't have a survey, it would not be unlawful not to have a survey. So I think hopefully that answers your question regarding whether we would be in trouble as if we didn't have a survey or not. The answer would be no, we wouldn't if it was reasonable to come to the decision that the development is unreasonable to have an effect on on any species that is present.
Thank you, Jim. Is that okay, Tracy?
Lovely, thank you. And just the other 2 points that I raised with Adrian and Emily.
Yep. Over to you, Adrian. Emily?
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer your question, Councillor Reader. In terms of the highways, the Highway Authority raised no objections in principle to the proposed building for the specific use applied for on the basis that it supports the surrounding control. It's not considered that this agricultural building would intensify, the access onto the highway.
Emily, I'm sorry, you're breaking up there. Could you actually get a bit closer to the mic?
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can.
Yeah, is that better? Brilliant. So it's the highway question first of all. The Highway Authority came back and they raised no objections in principle for the specific use applied for on the basis that it supports the surrounding controlled land, and the introduction of an agricultural building is not considered to intensify the use of current access onto the highway. And then in terms of the design, it's of an appearance appropriate for its purpose, and it's also would be constructed of materials similar to the agricultural building that is seen at the neighbouring property.
Thank you, Emily. Adrian, do you want to come in?
No, thank you, Chair. I believe that Jim and Emily have answered the question. I guess the only other point I'd make in terms of comments that Jim made on the need or otherwise for the survey, Chair, members will recall at the outset that I mentioned the advice and the planning practice guidance. And I know this is in the pack that was sent out to members yesterday, but in that guidance, it does say that an ecological survey will be necessary in advance of a planning application if the type and location of development could have a significant impact on biodiversity. And that was the point I was making at the outset, which Jim's just referred to. A building of this size is certainly not, in my opinion, likely to have a significant impact on biodiversity, purely and simply by the fact it is a small scale building.
Thank you. Is that okay, Tracy? Yeah, okay. Heather?
Yeah, a question for Adrian, please. Could you confirm what the status of the land is? Is it agricultural, equine or domestic?
Just in terms of that, Chair, members have seen from the history that permissions previously been granted for the use of the land for the keeping of horses. So it has that extant use, but in any case, any land may be used for agricultural purposes at any time without the grant of planning permission. A change of use to a use for agriculture is not development, so that could take place at any point in any case.
Can I just ask something else? Is it not required if you're keeping a field mown extremely short? Do you not need to have change of use to domestic for it, because that's sort of turning into a garden?
In terms of the planning use of the land, no, not necessarily. No, the issue about use of the land is distinguishable from the appearance of land. And for example, members will know of instances where turf is farmed, for example, and that has a significant difference to where cows are kept, for example. It's the use of the land that is the determining factor rather than its appearance.
Thank you.
Ross?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if some Adrian or Emily could confirm. There seems to be references to this being a area or site of special interest, or landscape or something. Is that true? Is that not true?
Just to set out, and Emily can correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, the site currently, as set out in your extant development plan, is located within a special landscape area. That designation is not transferred into your publication draft local plan, so it wouldn't have that designation in any adopted plan should the publication draft go forward as such. But in the current plan, yes, it has designation as a special landscape area. Just in terms of that, I guess the consideration is different, but fundamentally the same. In the special landscape area set out in your development plan, there's no preclusion on development. There's not an absolute no to development in special landscape areas, but it should be designed in an appropriate way. And in effect, the policies in your publication draft local plan are similar to that in that it respects, it asks that new development respects the character of an area, and that takes on a landscape character assessment in any case. So there's a special designation currently that isn't transferred to your publication draft local plan, but the consideration remains the same. You need to be satisfied that any new development in those areas is appropriate and in keeping with the character and appearance of those areas.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No? Okay. Thanks to the officers for that. This leads us into the final part of the process, our discussions about what we've heard, what we think and what we want to decide. But before we're doing any further, I would just like to ask the clerk to remind us about motions. Alan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Please bear in mind, members, that a motion must be moved and seconded before a vote is taken. If an amendment to a motion is moved and seconded, then that amendment will be voted on first. If a motion is to be moved, which goes against the officer recommendations, then the member who has moved the motion must give the reasons for doing so. The reasons for moving a motion against member recommendations should comprise the relevant planning issues and be supported by evidence as necessary. If a motion to reject officer recommendations fails, or in other words, it is not passed, that doesn't mean to say that the recommendations are automatically approved. Rather, you will need to take a positive decision through a further motion in favour of the recommendations or another course of action. This will need to be approved by the committee through another vote. In terms of the timings of the motions, these should be moved and seconded after the committee has heard, read and discussed the evidence before it. The chair will indicate when this point has been reached and will then invite motions to be put. If they wish to propose a motion,
Councillor Reader.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've had reference from the agent about people from far and wide. The majority of the people who've spoken today are from Ashover Hay, so that disproves that. It's in the special landscape area. This building doesn't matter how big it is. We've had buildings in the special landscape area turned down before. It's also outside the settlement development limit, and it's in open countryside, and you know, GS1 is specific on this. Also, it's against the Ashover plan and the neighbourhood plan, which is inspectors have said that great weight has to be put on this, as in AP11, AP13 and AP16, which says about, AP16 says about the dry stone wall. Now, these dry stone walls are ancient monuments, to say, because it's all to do with the Enclosure Act, which was brought about in medieval times. And all of the actual dry stone walls in that area are protected on AP16. Doesn't matter about them switching from one to the other. It's the fact that they are actually moving them, which is an ancient monument as such. And I think you should take, note of this. And yes, all right, we're coming back to the wildlife study. I don't agree with what's been said. It's in the laws, it's got to be done. And bearing in mind, it's special landscape area and it's outside the settlement development limit. And the agent said that really, because of the size of it, it didn't matter. But I'm sorry, there are protected species in there, and they need, you've got to do the job properly. And it's against the law not to. We're not talking about what other people think. I live in the countryside and I've seen protected species. There's all sorts in and around that area. We just mentioned bats. There are bats in the whole of Ashover Parish, just about. And you have to take note of them. We're not in the middle of a town. Well, although in the middle of London, I understand they've got peregrines. But anyway, we're in Ashover Parish, and as such, these animals have to be taken account of. and it's no good just sort of brushing it aside because people don't want to be bothered. Or the cost, Adrian, the cost. What cost are you putting on livestock, on wildlife? You know, I think you just brush it aside with no care whatsoever. And I think you should really look at the Blue Planet and see what other people have to say. Experts, not what you think. We should take note of the experts, not people who know nothing about the countryside. So, can I move a motion?
Oh,
yet?
sorry, Chair. As you actually said earlier, the Chair has yet to open up the debate or finish the debate and open up the floor for motions, Councillor.
Okay, I'll hold fire.
Councillor Reader?
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry. I find myself in a position where I'm disagreeing with a little of what Councillor Armitage is saying. I'm quite sympathetic to what is happening with the, the ecology side of it. Had a similar application in my area for Clay Cross and Clay Lane. We passed that application despite having all of those concerns, Councillor Armitage, around that ecology. So I am very sympathetic to that part of it. So what I'm going to ask Adrian is, at the beginning of his presentation, he did talk about possibility of putting a condition in there which supports that, and I would be open to listening. I've listened to everybody today that's put forward their views, and it's reaching that middle ground where you think something could be made acceptable, and I haven't heard anything in terms of evidence that means that this couldn't be worked through, possibly with a condition around that. So that is my view.
Thank you. Councillor Foster? Oh, Councillor Adrian, do you want to say something first?
No, Chair, I just wanted to attract your attention, just ask if I could come in at an appropriate time, please.
Okay. Councillor Foster?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My concerns here, my first concern is it doesn't look like we've put a lot of weight on the Ashover neighbourhood plan. Without me going through all those policies, I think Councillor Armitage touched on most of those, and the rest are in our pike. Well, the policies that concern me, because it's not about feelings, and I'm sorry about Councillor Reader's comments bringing in the Clay Cross one from last month. I can see the relevance, though. I can see the relevance, and I can see how you might feel, but it's not about that. This has to be looked at on its own, as not as in a reply to a previous one. One that went through. I can't hear you, I'm sorry, Tracy. So what I'm looking at is actual policy. Now, if we look at the existing, and this is not a motion, but if we look at the existing local plan that we've got in place, we've got the details we've got there, the policies that concern me are GS6, which says new development in the countryside, GS6. Does it satisfy the requirements of this policy? Now, for me, a building of this size and scale and design, and the new dimensions of 0.6 of 6.3, I take that at the back. But I'd happily look at either the previous dimensions or the new dimensions, which we're told of, which we don't have, but we've had them from Mr. Goodwin. So a building of this size, scale, and design, GS6B, in keeping with the character of the countryside. For me, from what I've heard, it doesn't keep in character of the countryside. That's the first one. GS6F, it does not represent a prominent intrusion into the countryside. Again, I believe it does. BE1, general design principles, A, respect the character and appearance of the surrounding area. I don't believe it does that either. NE2, special landscape area. This proposed building is in a special landscape area. A, it would not materially detract from the surrounding landscape. I believe it does as well. So that's GS6B, F, B1A, NE2A, NE1, landscape character. The varied and distinctive landscape character of the district should be conserved and or enhanced. I don't believe that this conserves that. So it's not an opinion. That's actual policies there, which I'm quoting. And if we've got a record of that, later on at the appropriate time, I'll make a proposal based on that. Not at this time, but at the appropriate time, based on those. it's quite clearly does not meet any of those, quite clearly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Reader?
I just want to make sure that everyone is clear when I'm putting these points across. I'm absolutely not making this decision in response to a previous application. I was drawing similarities. So I just want to make sure that Councillor Foster is clear on that I am not doing this in reply to another application. I'm basing it on all the evidence that I've heard today.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments? Councillor Shipman?
Right. I've got to be honest, I am actually gobsmacked that Councillor Armitage and Councillor Foster are so against this, because inconsistent with previous decisions they've made. They have voted for applications of similar size as extensions, outbuildings, and never once mentioned or asked for a wildlife survey on a building of that size. We're talking about a small development here. Obviously, some people might find that that's an issue, and they're here and saying their piece today. But we have to reject stuff on planning reasons, and going in and saying we need a wildlife survey, you're going to get crucified in front of the inspector, because the law is quite clear. Unless it's in, which is why I say, unless it's a large development or a special scientific interest, an area of special scientific interest, then that would create. You need to get a wildlife survey. But clearly, this is not the case here, and therefore that discretion has obviously been applied to this, and we can, as a committee, apply that to this development. So I don't think that's an argument at all. And again, the issue raised around the change of use on the other building that's close by, this committee has a responsibility to either stand by the decision that was taken at the time to convert that. That can't then be held against another planning application that comes in further down the line. So although it's it's a worry that it might get converted, if should a future application come in before us, I mean, I'd reject it if it were for an house and it was on the same basis as what's happened previously. But I wasn't on the committee when the conversion was done, I don't believe. So for me, I can't comment on that aspect. But I know that given that it's an agricultural building, or that's what the proposal is, we can put conditions on this approval, make sure it's solely used for that. Take into account that, if the reduction of the log part of it, as the agent says, that could be reduced off of it, if that will help the objectors in reducing the size of this this building, then perhaps that's something else we could do. But let's be honest, come on, Councillor Armitage and Foster, there's no way that we can object, given the fact that we can condition such things that have been raised as concerns during this debate.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Yeah, just to bring some clarity to that. Yes, I wasn't mentioning, only at the very beginning did I mention about the wildlife report before I heard any of this. So that I wanted to have all the information. So here, I'm not asking for that information. What I mentioned was actual specific policies. I've gone through all of those already, so it's those conditions, and it's not related to any other decision made at another planning committee. This is a specific one. All these policies are actually for this application.
Okay. Councillor Armitage?
Yeah, if I could just come back on the thing. It's special landscape area and it's outside settlement development limit. And it just says in the rules and regulations that no development should take place unless it's something very, very special. And I'm afraid I don't believe that this is. The other thing is agricultural. Does this have an agricultural holding number, which all farms are supposed to have?
Councillor Shipman?
Yeah, just in terms of what Councillor Foster says about the appearance and everything, this is going to have a wooden outer layer on it, and it's got a slate roof. That is as in keeping as you'll get, or somewhere in that's out the settlement boundary. In terms of the special landscape, that's not an official thing that triggers the wildlife survey. It has to be a scientific, an area of scientific interest, which might be where the confusion is. And this, unfortunately, doesn't fall within that, because we would literally be asking applicants to get one every time they wanted an extension on their house, if we're talking about, you know, for this level of development, which is unfortunate. You know, there's clearly people that are against it, but we have to be consistent. Because there'll be next meeting when Councillor Foster and Armitage will be against a development or for a development that's got the same criteria and meets it, and they'll vote a different way. I just don't think that we've got to be consistent. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to take two more. It's Councillor Armitage and Councillor Foster. Then I think we'll round it up because I think we're just going over and over the same ground. But for clarification, Councillor Armitage first.
Yeah, I'd just like to correct Councillor Shipman on the fact of a slate roof. Mentioned that it's a tin roof of Jackson profile or something, and it's the log store which has got the other a slate roof. I'm afraid it has. It says so in the thing. It's a tin roof to start with. The Jackson profile, which is this plastic coated profile tin. But it's the log store, which quite frankly could house a forest, which has got a slate roof. So, you know, just read the things and you'll see. And coming back to Tracy, let's put about the other one, because I'm going to say it. That was a plan which was approved by your party at the last thing, and you should remember that you approved it. It went out to referendum, and you should have questioned it then, and that's when it should have been done.
In hand, please, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it clear for the last time. I'm not mentioning anything about a wildlife survey here. That was at the very beginning. None of these policies I've mentioned, GS6B, F, BE1A, NE2A, and NE1 are relevant to that survey. It's not about that. These are specific policies which I'm objecting to this proposal. Not, again, not, in case you forget, Councillor Shipman, a wildlife survey, still not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring Adrian Kirkham in at this point, and then we'll open it up for motions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to address some of the points that Councillor Armitage and Councillor Foster have made, if I may, and then one more general point. The policies that have been cited, both in terms of the neighbourhood plan and the council's local plan, as I said previously, don't preclude development from taking place, but you need to assess the development against them. So that's the correct assessment, Chair, and members will need to take a view on that, whether the building is in character or not, whether it's prominent or not, whether it's designed acceptably or not. But just to be clear, Chair, the policies don't actually preclude development taking place, and specifically the policies in the neighbourhood plan, again, don't preclude the loss of stone walls, for example. They just ask that they be taken into account in the assessment that's made. Just in terms of the policies that specifically Councillor Foster mentioned, Chair, he mentioned a number, GS6, B1, NE2, NE1. If members are minded to support a refusal based on adverse impact against those policies, it would be useful to have some clarity. Is it the location of the building, its size, the materials used, etc., as to why there is specific consideration of contravention? So that would be helpful. And just one final point, Chair, which I think is quite important to make in terms of the comment that Councillor Armitage made regarding ecology. I just want to be absolutely clear, Chair, that I'm not saying that in any instance ecology isn't important or doesn't matter, and none of my officers who work with me would take that view either. We fully accept that ecology is an appropriate material consideration, and I would just like to ensure there's no confusion that officers don't consider ecology important. We do, but in all these instances, Chair, we need to put that in context, and all I've sought to do is advise members based on my understanding of the law and the guidance that is set out for all local planning authorities to consider, which I've mentioned this afternoon, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, would you like to go through the process now for motions before I open it up for?
Yes, Chair. Essentially, it's along the lines of which I said just before, that if there's going to be a motion, it must be moved and seconded. If there is an amendment to the motion and that's moved and seconded, then that will be taken first. As things stand, Chair, there are no motions. So if you open up the floor, it would be down to members to move and second a suitable motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, the floor is now open for a motion.
Yes, Chair. Could I?
Councillor Armitage.
Yeah. Could I go against the officer's recommendation?
Is there a seconder? Councillor Foster. Okay.
I'm trying. Just 1 second. I've only got one hand. Yeah, I'd like to second that and give the reasons for going against that motion, going against officer's recommendations. Mr. Kirkham asked for some feedback on the building and why. So we've got GS6, BF, BE1A, NE2A, NE1. I'm happy to read those out and go through them if other members wish me to explain why. I'm happy to do that, but I've read through them once. And as for the building of this size, scale and design, for either size, either the one that's included in the pack or the new one of 6 meters 6 by 6.3. Sorry, the tablets are having an effect now. They're just kicking in. It's the size, scale, design, and location. So all 4 of those, Mr. Kirkham. So I'd like to second that motion of Mr. Armitage. Councillor Armitage, are you happy with those reasons I put forward? I haven't included the Ashover neighbourhood plan in that.
Well, I think we should. AP 11, AP 13, and AP 16 about the dry stone walls.
Thank you. Adrian Kirkham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got policies GS6, B1, NE1, NE2, and as Councillor Foster's helpfully set out, its scale, size, design, and location are the specific elements, which is helpful. Also got Ashover neighbourhood plan policies 11, 13, and 16. And in terms of 16, as that specifically refers to the loss of stone walls, whether members, if they are minded to support the recommendation, whether they would want the loss of stone walls specifically added in as to the reasons of unacceptability. And finally, Chair, if members are minded to support the recommendation, I would suggest that you add in the relevant complementary policies from the publication draft local plan that are consistent with GS6, B1 and NE1 in the resolution that Councillor Foster's put forward. So just the stone wall issue, and then whether members are okay with us adding in the complementary policies from the publication draft, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Yes, I'd be happy to add in the complementary ones from the emerging local plan. So yes, please.
Okay. Councillor Armitage, you're happy with all of this?
Well, I'm not really happy about the stone walls. This plan was drawn up, went to referendum, and it was passed. What's the point having a neighbourhood plan if you're not going to adhere to it?
My apologies, Chair, if I didn't make myself clear. I was just asking whether members wanted this specific wording regarding the loss of stone walls added into the recommendation as to one of the specific reasons for unacceptability, Chair. I'm not suggesting that policy AP 16 shouldn't be added in, but whether just that wording members would like that adding in, Chair. And finally, if it is possible, just if we can agree, should the resolution be accepted, that the exact final wording is finalised in consultation with yourself, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, are people happy with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion before us.
Okay, Chair, just to be absolutely clear on that then, it's to refuse the application against officer recommendations for the conditions or for the reasons discussed at the meeting, but focusing primarily on the size, scale, design and location of the development, with also specific issues around the loss of stone walls, and the relation also to the local plan or to the neighbourhood plan. And with the final conditions to actually be drawn up by the planning manager, development management in conjunction with yourself. Is that the essence of it, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask for the vote. As explained earlier, this is done through a roll call. Are you ready, Nikki?
Yes, I am, Chair. So members, if you could clearly indicate for, against or abstain for the motion that is on the table. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Liggett.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Powell.
For.
Councillor Reader.
Against.
Councillor Ridgway.
Against.
Councillor Rouse. Against. Councillor Ruff.
For.
Councillor Shipman.
Against.
Okay, Chair, that is 6 votes for, 5 against with 0 abstentions, which means the motion on the table was carried.
Thank you. Well, we're coming up to 3 o'clock when I had indicated a break. So we can either take a break now or go straight into the second application. I'll go for a majority.
Let's have a break.
Break. By 3:05. Thank you.
Yeah.
Application number 2 is NED 19/00907/OL Kalo. Before I ask the planning officer to go through this again, I just ask for the comments and reports to be produced, and the meeting facilitator will share the presentations on screen. This means I might find it difficult to see you all, but present I can. Therefore, I will allow the officers to complete their presentation and ask members to reserve any points of order or questions about the process until the end. Thank you. Adrian, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And first of all, may I refer members to the late update report that was sent out yesterday, and particularly the additional Section 106 request received from Chesterfield Hospital. This application, Chair, originally sought to remove the need for any affordable housing in connection with the approved scheme at Kalo. Subsequently, though, Chair, the agent, on behalf of the applicant, has amended that proposition to seeking to reduce the level of affordable housing to 20% now on site, in line with the council's current policy position. In terms of background, Chair, permission for the development of the site was granted in 2018 following a resolution to grant planning permission by Planning Committee in 2016, and so that permission, Chair, is extant. Subsequent to that resolution, Chair, the council's policy position on affordable housing has altered to the current requirement as set out in the publication draft local plan for 20% affordable housing in this location. Therefore, Chair, as amended, the proposal put forward is now in line with the council's current requirements. The Section 106 agreement that accompanied the permission in 2018, Chair, was based on a position as at 2014-16. In view of the time that has elapsed subsequently, it was considered appropriate, in view of the applicant's request, to amend the condition to bring the Section 106 agreement up to date too, and that has resulted, Chair, in the revised requirements as set out in the recommendation to members, with the additional request, Chair, that came in yesterday from Chesterfield Hospital, which would be added to that resolution, Chair, if members were minded to accept the recommendation. Therefore, Chair, in conclusion, it's officers' view that the current proposal is in line with the council's current position on affordable housing, hence our recommendation to members that the application is approved, Chair. If I can just go through a few brief slides that now on the screen. I've not got any photographs, Chair, as I mentioned at the site visits yesterday. This is purely an issue of policy principle and not a site-specific issue. Just as some background, the area on the slide, Chair, is the application site. And as I say, an extant permission is in place for that site for its development for residential development. And it is an allocation in the publication draft local plan, Chair. Just if you can go on, Nikki, please. The application site, as I've said, Chair, outlined in red. The area in the blue land is actually within Chesterfield Borough. So the application site is right on the boundary of the district with Chesterfield Borough. And you can see the large number of buildings to the upper left of the slide. That constitutes Chesterfield Hospital, Chair, with the associated grounds and car parking. The area immediately to the site, boundary to the north and west, is it's not countryside, but it's parkland in association with the hospital. Site may be developed, although the application was approved in outline, so further details of its development will be submitted and considered by the council in due course, whether or not this application before members is approved or not, Chair. That ends the comments of officers at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We've only one speaker, I believe, on this application, and that's Charles Dunn.
Thank you perfectly well then. Yeah, so we've got a site here that's languished for several years, being hung up on issues surrounding developer contributions, as you've heard. It's a site that has previously formed part of the 5-year housing land supply, but has been unable to actually be delivered for its intended purpose of a fairly significant number of new homes. Again, as Adrian set out, we're now in a position of having reached an agreement on the contributions that's been fully tested through the viability process and is now fully in line with the new planning policy. And so on behalf of the applicant, I just ask that permission can be granted so they can ensure that this allocated site can now actually be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dunn? Councillor Shipman?
Why is the housing allocation for affordable homes preventing the development going forward previously? Because surely at the point in which it was approved first time around, the developer has agreed to meet that commitment, and surely at that point it would have been costed in that a certain percentage were affordable housing.
Yeah, I can see why that seems like it would have been the case. In actual fact, the application, the approved outline application, remained undetermined for several years, long before I was actually involved in it, because there was a disagreement between the applicant and officers as to what level of affordable housing was viable. In the end, it was agreed to simply to draw a line under it and to actually get the approval and get to a point from which they could actually move on and just reassess where they stand. So really, the applicant never believed that that level of affordable housing was viable. Hence why we came back in to discuss things, and we've reached an agreement that, as it happens, is now in line with what the policy is.
Right, you see, because I'm struggling with that, because why would you accept a level of affordable housing that you knew weren't deliverable, and then come and get outline planning application on that proposal, knowing full well that you didn't think it could be delivered, or the developer at the time didn't think it was deliverable? It seems like it's kind of, we'll get it through and we get it outline approved with some nice figures to get the foot in the door, and then come back and try and amend a slight bit of it that you didn't like. I'm not sure I like the sound of that.
It just made sense for them. As I say, it was a number of years, and I'm sure Adrian can say exactly how many years it was that the planning application was effectively stuck in limbo, and it was mutually agreed between officers and the applicant to draw a line under it. At which point, actually, as I say, what's being proposed and what's on the table is entirely in line with policy. So it's almost irrelevant what went before, because it's compliant with the current situation and what recent viability that's formed part of the new local plan process, determining what level of affordable housing is viable in different parts of the district. It's perfectly in line with the findings of your own evidence base, effectively.
Can I just come back on one last point on that? Because you've got to understand that the affordable housing level at that time would have been set based on what had gone before that. And therefore, any new affordable housing allocation percentage now is based on the fact that the previous applications might have had a higher percentage of affordable housing, therefore bringing down the need now. The fact that it was higher and it's now reduced doesn't mean that you're necessarily qualify or going to qualify for lower affordable housing just because the new policies like that. The fact is that it's like that because we have had affordable housing in the past built at a certain level.
If that was the case, then this site wouldn't have been taken into account because it's never been built out.
Councillor Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name's Councillor Foster, representing member for Colaston. The viability study you mentioned, Mr. Dunn, is that the financial viability study? Is it? That's it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Ridgway?
Yeah, forgive me, but I can't see how many houses were initially approved on this site, and how many of them would have been affordable housing at 40%, please?
I may have to ask the chair to defer to Adrian on that one, as I don't know. I can find out in a few seconds, but he might have it slightly closer to hand than I do.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Adrian, can you help us out on this one?
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Dunn's confidence in me, Chair, but I too haven't got it readily to hand, but I'm just trying to find out for members, if you just bear with me a second.
The original outline application was for up to 47 dwellings. So 40% of that rounded up would be 19 affordable.
I apologise, I was beaten to it, Chair, but just to remind members, the application was an outline application, Chair. So that would be, those would be matters that the final numbers would be matters determined at reserved matter stage.
So what's the numbers now? Is it still remaining at 47?
It still would be an outline application, Chair, of up to that number, Chair. So, but that still the final details would be determined at a reserved matter stage. The application is merely seeking to amend condition 4 of that extant permission. So the permission will remain in place irrespective of your decision this afternoon. If you were minded to support the application, it would be an amendment of that condition and or as set out in the recommendation, Chair, the inclusion of the requirement for 20% affordable housing in a section 106 agreement, whichever was deemed appropriate at that point. And whereas if the application were refused, it would still leave the application extant and it could be implemented, but as it stands, it would have a requirement for 40% affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Chair, it might also be worth pointing out, I'm not sure if Adrian mentioned before, that within the agreed contributions in the proposed new section 106, there are additional separate financial contributions that weren't actually part of what was previously agreed. So it is a little more to it than simply the reduction in affordable down to the policy compliant level.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yes, please, Chair.
Councillor Armitage?
Yeah, we often get these applications coming in with all these affordable houses, and then later they want it reducing, mainly because the profitability in an affordable home isn't the same as an on-market home. Now, we can do this. I mean, if we did it, fair enough. But are you going to come back again and say, oh, well, we can't do it at this, and could we reduce it again? I mean, are you going to do that?
No, because the financial viability process has already been gone through with an independent assessor appointed by yourselves as the council, who have provided advice to officers. So effectively, the whole conversation's already been thoroughly worked to, from 40% on one side, 0 on the other, and reach the middle point of 20, which, again, not to labour the point too much, but that is what the policy is now.
But didn't you work it through previously for the 40%?
It was done, and as I explained, it was never really agreed before, hence why it was in limbo, undetermined for a number of years. And now we've reached the point where it is actually agreed, and it seems to be deliverable and viable on both sides. So it can actually come forward entirely in line with policy.
Well, I feel it should have been agreed in the first place before you started saying 40%. But anyway, that's just my point of view. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? No? Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Okay, I don't think I need to remind you all about motions if we want to open the floor to debate first. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't find this one a hard one at all. It states in the NPPF that the owner developer is entitled to an appropriate level of profit. I know a lot of people don't like that, but they need that gross profit to be able to invest in these projects and create jobs. So that normal gross development value is 20%, and that's what they need to be able to be financially viable. They did, and I know it's been laboured a couple of times at this point, originally have permission for the 40%, but that's in the past. It's gone. Now they're looking for the 20%. That 20% that they want it reducing to is with our current policy. And the black clarification from Mr. Kirkham on this, it says, and these are the words I've written down from the NPPF, the percentage of affordable housing can be lower than the target level of policy, which is our 20%. It can be lower than that target level of policy if it can be justified by a financial viability study. This has been justified by a financial viability study. Yeah, whether you like what's happened in the past is one thing, but it's been justified by a financial viability study. So they could, if they wanted to, go below our current policy position of 20%. So if I could have some an explanation from Mr. Kirkham on that same point, because I'm sure he knows more about it than I do.
The recording has stopped.
Oh, I've got strange messages, Alan, but never mind. The signal's gone.
This meeting is being recorded.
I think it's back to normal now, Chair.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. There are some Wi-Fi issues here, so I just dropped out the team. It all should be working and back up and live.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reader, and then I'll come back to Adrian.
Chair, I'm just sort of looking at this. I've heard what Housing Department have objected to the removal of this condition. They've said that the strategic housing market assessment updated in 2017 estimated to meet the affordable housing need for the district, there is a need to bring forward 172 units per year over the period to 2035, or 236 per year over the next 5 years. Calo is an area with low turnover properties and a high need and demand for 2- and 3-bedroom homes to rent. So I have to look at it from that term as well, that our own housing department is saying that we need affordable housing in Calo. So while I appreciate what Councillor Foster's saying, I have to think about what the community needs as well, and they are in need of affordable housing. So I have to be sort of putting my hat on of saying, you know, we've got to do the right thing for Calo. And I don't want to be in danger of doing the developer's job and making this viable for them. It's for them to make it viable. And if it isn't viable, it's not our job as councillors to do that for them. We've got to set out what we want for our communities.
Councillor
Yeah,
Foster?
just in reply to that, thank you, Chair. For me, the greatest risk to the community is that they don't get built at all. If this is not financially viable and they've done the study, if it's not viable for the developer, these won't get built and there'll be less jobs. These houses won't get built and there won't be any 106 money. And when I know we're shaking our heads, but it'll go on current policy. It's not always what we want, it's on the current policy. And that's exactly how it will be considered. And I'm not worried that it will go to appeal. That's not a concern. But if it does go to appeal, you know, we've got a clear policy. We can't go against our policy. It's 20%. And those houses will get built.
Councillor Powell?
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate one of the points that have already been, some of the points that are already being made. It is part of the current council policy at 20%. It's also in the emerging local plan at 20%. The viability process has a very specific formula, which, as has been pointed out, is an independent one. And I'm more than happy to take independent advice. The other thing is that the developer is being asked to make more than £250,000 worth of contributions to various things, from recreation to education contributions as well. And that's a significant sum when you're looking at the viability of a development. I also take the point that Councillor Foster made, that, you know, we need this to go ahead. We need these new homes in Calo. And that's why I would, I know we haven't got a motion yet, but if a motion is put forward to approve it, I would support it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are there any further? Councillor Shipman, and then I'll come back to Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's the new target is 20%, but as I explained earlier, that's the new target based on what's been approved before. That's the crucial thing. So we're going to set the target based on the now demand of affordable housing, not what it was back in 2014 or whatever it might have been. So we have to look at the fact now. And the reality is, the decision we're taking is, would we have approved this development with, at that point in time, 20% housing, affordable housing? That's the question we've got to ask ourselves. I don't think you would, personally. That's what we were setting it at that point in time. We were, you know, and I don't think we'd approve it now if that came in with 20%. I don't think. So you know, they've agreed to 40% affordable housing. Councillor Reid is absolutely right that they need to now make it viable, whether that's reducing the amount of houses they have, or making use of better space, making better use of the space, or doing something else. Because when developers talk about an independent viability study, anybody that's ever done one in their life knows that you can make it look however you want it to look to someone that you're showing it to. It's not as independent as they say. It's not us doing it. It's the developer actually employing somebody to do the viability assessment. So it's about as independent as my brother to me. You know what I mean? It's not an argument to have. I don't think that this needs to be approved. I will be rejecting it, or putting forward a motion to reject it, and keep the housing, affordable housing allocation as is.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that argument put forward about the 40% is a false argument. It's something in the past. We're not being asked to consider that here. You might want to base it on that, but that's not what we're being asked. If you want to argue about that afterwards, you can, but it's not about that. They're asking for a reduction to 20%, and they're asking for it now. When we look at the houses that have been built, that they're in the country, they're on the up and up. If you look at the figures, 2018 to 19, we went from 30,000 in that year to the following year. The latest figures are 19 to 20 to 35,000, an increase of 17%. So it's not like these are getting rejected up and down the country. More and more of these are getting built all the time, and we need to do our bit here. We need those houses built here. Now, when it comes to the real argument is this, Councillor Shipman, it's this fact. Our policy is 20%. Even if it's 20%, a financial viability study, this is what the NPPF says, which is what we've got to follow, it can be lower than 20%. If they've done one of those studies. You might not put any value on it, and it might be your brother that's done it, but it's a financial viability study. And if we have one, and it shows that it's all about the gross development value, which is normally 20%, if it's not, then we can still waive our policy and go below the 20. And it's that I asked for guidance on from Mr. Kirkham.
I'm going to bring Adrian in now.
Just on that first point, Chair, Councillor Foster's correct, and a number of applicants have come before the council and this committee seeking actually to reduce the level of affordable housing well below 20%, and members will recall some of the discussions we've had in relation to that over past committees, and that was primarily the reason why the study done in 2017 came to the conclusion that seeking to achieve 40% affordable housing on most sites across North East Derbyshire was actually not achievable even in good times. Hence the policy that is now embedded in your publication draft local plan for 20% affordable housing, with 30% in the more viable areas, primarily to the west and the northwest of the district. The issue is slightly clouded by the history of the application, I guess. It was submitted in 2014, a resolution taken in 2016, but the decision wasn't issued until 2018, as Mr. Dunn's outlined. And between 2016 and 2018, actually, that's when the study that now has supported your current policy was done. That was done in 2017, and the evidence showed that, as I've just said, 40% affordable housing was increasingly unrealistic, and therefore the 20%, 30% was submitted as part of that. And just on the point that it's an academic point, I guess, but just on the point that Councillor Foster's made with regards to the application, if it was submitted now, we would be coming to members purely and simply on the basis, as Councillor Foster said, of your policy as of now, seeking a 20% level of affordable housing in KLO. So notwithstanding all of the matters that would need to be considered, it's on that basis alone, we would be, as officers, recommending approval if developers were coming forward with 20% affordable housing in KLO. Just on the final point, Chair, it's allied, but it's been touched on, that the 106 that was resolved to be approved in 2016 was a lot narrower than the one that is now before members, and certainly in terms of the education provision, etc. That's a situation that's also changed. So just as the applicant has sought to achieve policy compliance as of now, as officers, we felt it appropriate to secure 106 compliance as of now as well. That would lead to the revised 106 contributions, which would actually result in full compliance, full mitigation, full social mitigation on this site, which is also unusual. Hopefully that helps, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Armitage?
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that has been touched on is the fact that if we don't go along with this, we could end up with no development whatsoever. Yes, 20%, it is less. And like I said previously, we keep getting these and they go down and down and down. I wonder if we go along with it, that we can actually put a stop on it and say, well, you've come to that, so you're going to have to stick with it. The other thing is, it's right next door to the hospital. And there are a lot of people who work in hospital who are, well, I wouldn't say poorly paid, well, some of them don't earn a lot of money. And these houses, okay, only 20%, it would attract labour to the hospital. And let's face it, they only have to climb over the fence and they're out to work, so there won't be any car parking problems, which we all know at KLO. It takes about 20 minutes to get there and 20 minutes to find a parking place. I would go along with it, bearing in mind that there's a 106 agreement there, and it's going to go, and a lot of it will go to the hospital, which is sorely needed, bearing in mind how we're overstretched at the moment, both in the form of labour and also, well, I think it's labour that's the main place, but you've got to have somewhere for them to live. And this would fill the gap, I'm quite sure. And I would go along with it. I would like to see 40%, but, you know, viability and all the rest of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? No? Adrian, do you want to say anything else?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, okay. Right, I'm going to open the floor for a motion. Councillor Powell?
Thank you, Chair. Can I move officer's recommendation, please?
Can I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Just on that, Chair, I'm assuming that Councillor Powell's moving that in it with the additional requirement for Chesterfield Hospital as of yesterday. That's the 103,000 that was added in the late updates.
Okay. Are you ready for a roll call then, Nikki?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a motion to for officer recommendations. Could you clearly state for, against or abstain? Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Liggett,
For.
Councillor Potts,
For.
Councillor Powell,
For.
Councillor Reader,
Against.
Councillor Ridgway,
Against.
Councillor Rouse,
Against.
Councillor Rough,
For.
Councillor Shipman.
Against.
So, Chair, with 7 votes for, 4 against and 0 abstentions, that motion is carried.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, which is NED/20/00535/FL. It's a sighting of 40 holiday lodges, I believe it is now. And I believe Councillor Liggett will be speaking this as a ward member, so we'll be leaving the meeting until such times. Okay. Thank you. I'll pass this over to the planning officer. No, Susan, over to you.
Sorry, Chair, just to advise members, I'll go through the presentation, do a brief update, but our colleague Sue is in the meeting room with us and she'll be able to comment on particularly matters of fact, Chair, and any other matters that members may want clarification on.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, Chair, the application now seeks consent for 40 holiday lodges, chalets for holiday use, and the lodges would meet the definition of caravans as set out in the relevant legislation and add to the existing site at Mickley, where there is lawful use of lodges for both full-time occupation and for an area for storage. Provision of leisure facilities, Chair, such leisure facilities would be contrary to the policies of your extant local plan, but as members will be aware, they would be in accord with the policies of your publication draft local plan and also the more permissive stance for such developments as set out in the NPPF. Therefore, Chair, as officers, we consider the proposal in principle to be acceptable. As set out in the report, there would be some localised landscape impacts, but officers consider this could be substantially mitigated by landscaping, and of course, the development is low level in terms of its height above any ground levels. Contamination, ground conditions, drainage, ecology and highway safety are all considered acceptable subject to conditions, Chair, as set out in the recommendation. Specifically, Chair, the issue of proposed conditions has been raised by the applicant, and this is raised in the late updates that members received yesterday. And the applicant in that instance is seeking to have no time limits on the length of time that the caravans, if they are permitted, could be occupied. Officers have taken the view that in order to meet the policy tests of your application draft local plan, a condition restricting the length of occupancy to 24 weeks in any one calendar year is appropriate, and so avoiding year-long residency. And on that basis, Chair, officers are recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions as set out in the report and the recommendation. I'll just ask Nikki if she'll share the presentation, Chair. Just move on to the next slide, Nikki, please. As customary, Chair, the application site outlined there in brown. The areas directly to the north of the application site and the area to the west, a small area there, they are covered by a lawful development certificate for, so correct me if I'm wrong, but for full-time residential occupancy. And as you can see, part of the site does have an extant permission for storage of caravans, and we'll see some photos of that in a second. To the north of the site, you'll be able to see an area of mature woodland. And just along the eastern boundary of the site is a public footpath. And there's also a public footpath from Mickley, which is the area to the southwest, so the bottom left of that slide, across the fields just below the site to the farm buildings. Again, we'll see some photographs of the site taken from that footpath in a second. Thanks, Nikki. The application site, Chair, outlined in red, which is just a wider angle shot of what we've just seen. Thanks, Nikki. Again, Chair, the application site outlined in red with the areas outlined in blue also under the control of the applicant. Thanks, Nikki. This is an indicative layout, Chair, showing how 40 chalet units could be accommodated on the site. The hatched area is the area I've just referred to with the lawful uses and occupancy of caravans. The green area to the left of the slide, Chair, is an area that would be left open for recreational use. And as members can see, and as referred into the report, the eastern and southern boundaries will be supplemented by additional landscaping, and the attenuation basin in the bottom right-hand corner of the site. And again, there are conditions attached to any permission that may be granted, which would address its design and the provision of it. Thanks, Nikki. Just now, these aren't, Chair, photographs of what is proposed, but they're just an indication of the sort of finish that the lodges could achieve. So it does show a building in two halves, easily transportable, which meets the definition of caravans as set out in the relevant legislation. And the next slide, Nikki, also shows something similar. Thanks, Nikki. These photographs, Chair, taken from the footpath that runs along the eastern portion of the site, and you can see the mature woodland in the back of the site here. The footpath disappeared into that woodland straight ahead. It does show the caravan storage that is extant and has permission already on the site on the left-hand side. Thanks, Nikki. These are just some photographs, Chair, taken from the footpath to the south of the sites, showing areas where there is the extant and lawful use of chalet occupation on the site already. I think the next photograph, similar view. And I think even the next one, this is a more a wider shot. You can see the mature woodland in the background, but you can also see the low level nature of the existing caravan storage on the site. And the photographs that follow, Chair, are similar photographs showing how the site is seen in its current context with the extant permission for storage and then the chalet use as well. So it shows the mature woodland simply to the north of the site, additional woodland and trees within the site, and then how the existing I stress the lawful uses on the site are currently being operated, which exemplifies the low-level nature of what is now proposed. Thanks, Nikki. And again, this is more of a close-up shot of the existing caravan storage area on the site. I think that may be the last one, yes. Thanks, Chair. As I say, colleague Sue is with us if there's particular issues of clarification that are needed. So as necessary, we can ask Sue for help and advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got two speakers for this application. And
The recording has stopped.
I'm going to invite Councillor Heather Liggett, who's the ward member, to speak on this.
Can I suggest, Chair, just
This
holding off
meeting
a
is
second?
being recorded.
In fact, ignore what I've just said. It's now being recorded again.
Apologies, Chair. There's just for anybody who's watching, there are some technical issues in regard to our VPN network, which is taking me out of the meeting. Hopefully it shouldn't affect anything that the public is seeing.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm speaking against this purely and simply, and also I'm speaking for the parish council, purely and simply because of the proximity to the toxic tip. Firstly, this is going to be difficult, as you no doubt will ask me for proof, which I cannot give, due to this being one of the country's, never mind the county's, biggest cover-ups. You are, I hope, aware of what has been found at Colite Bolsover. Well, some of the same dioxins were buried at Stretton after an explosion at the Bolsover site in 1968. I hope you are also aware, in 1992, the NFU planned to sue Colite as local farmers had been banned from selling milk, eggs, meat and crops due to contamination. The River Dowlee was nearly 1,000 times higher in dioxin than normal. This proves how dangerous these dioxins are. I'm going to read some comments from local people, lorry drivers of the time and local historians. In 1972, Cambro contractors buried contaminated debris from an explosion at the Bolsover Colite plant. It was contaminated with highly toxic dioxin. It was buried in Shirland Parish, but on the Morton doorstep. a county council tribunal investigating the long-term effects of an explosion in 1958 at Bolsover also drew attention to dioxins being buried at Stretton, where a former clay pit was owned by Canberra Waste Products, one of whose directors was the chairman of Colite. Some of it was apparently not buried that deep amidst the rush to move it from the Bolsover site. It subsequently caused a lot of controversy. The actual dioxin field was only a few yards from the main road, very close to a public footpath across the fields to Mickley. My own auntie was nursing sister at Morton Hospital in those years, and working a lot of nights told us about the amount of lorries arriving in the middle of the night. I have also been told some of these lorry drivers went in driving the lorry and came out on foot. In other words, the lorries were buried as well. That speaks volumes. I have had this confirmed in the last few days by one of these lorry drivers, who told me several Boythorpe transport lorries are buried there. Vet nurse myself in the early 80s, we had a spell of dogs dying who had been walked in that area. I only hope we can insist on core samples being taken, but even the thought of that scares the life out of me. Disturbing the ground at all doesn't bear thinking about. Can I leave you with a comment from a former Colite worker? Much of the chemical waste in the past, which didn't go into the tank farms, was canned and deposited in the south waste tip. Many barrels of Agent Orange, TCDD, were also buried there. These are now greened over, a time bomb. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions? Councillor Reader?
Yeah, I just want to ask Councillor Liggett, in the conditions the planning officers have put in there, the no development will commence until assessment of the risks has been taken around the land contamination, and also they've tried to put in there some safeguards to sort of look to remediate the land if they do find contamination. Do you feel that that would give you comfort knowing that that is in there or not, Councillor Liggett?
I think it's just what we're talking about. We're not talking about normal contamination. It really worries me because the environmental health didn't seem particularly worried, but there again, they didn't know what was in there. This is what scares me. And when you think about the work that's had to go off at Bolsover and the carbonisation plant, you know, the way that has had to be cleaned, to be honest, you know, well, put it like this, I wouldn't walk my dog over there, and I certainly wouldn't want to stay in a caravan. As it is at the moment, it's been used for caravan storage. But the thoughts of people living there for long periods of time, I just find terrifying. And I don't quite know, without it costing millions, I don't know how you could clean that land up.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Councillor Ridgway? No? Okay. No? Thank you, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you.
And we have another speaker, which is the agent, Peter Griffiths. Hello, Mr. Griffiths.
Hi, good afternoon.
You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant in favour of this proposed development, which is supported by the officers. The application site falls within the boundaries of an existing and well-established caravan site. The site currently accommodates a mixture of residential and holiday units with a range between static caravans and larger twin unit lodges, all of which fall under the definition of a caravan as set out in the 1960s Caravan Act. The applicant seeks the opportunity to station additional lodges on the vacant fields within the existing caravan site, as well as changing the use of the caravan storage area to site lodges. The applicant's aspiration is to secure additional lodges is mainly to align with the holiday market trend. In recent years, there have been a move towards a longer holiday season, with visitors wanting to stay in holiday destinations outside the traditional holiday period. In order to meet these demands, it's necessary to provide accommodation which can be used for a greater proportion of the year. The situation has been exacerbated by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, with people now more attracted to staycations. The anticipated demand coming from this can be captured by the proposed development, and in turn provide visitors with high quality and contemporary accommodation during their stay. This will have a knock-on benefit to the local economy in terms of generating local employment opportunities, and increase the local expenditure within the region. The application has been well received by officers of the council, and in the event where concerns have been raised during the determination process, these have been effectively addressed. Examples of this include additional landscaping to provide further screening to the development, and in order to accommodate this, led to a reduction from 43 lodges to 40. And the applicant has also agreed to provide an area of recreational space, and this will be secured by way of condition. I'd just like to finish off this presentation by addressing the reasons provided by the local councillor for calling this application in front of the committee today. Regarding reason 1, surface water and foul drainage, the proposed sustainable urban drainage scheme has been deemed acceptable by the Flood Authority. Regarding reason 2, car parking, each lodge offers 2 spaces, which is considered acceptable by the highway officer. And in terms of reason 3, and perhaps most importantly, is the Moreton tip. The council's environmental health officer is not aware of any evidence
30
of
seconds
harmful
remain.
effects from any land contamination in the area, and has confirmed the application site is beyond the zone of influence of any known local tip sites. Having demonstrated that local council's initial concerns have been resolved, together with the ensuring proposals are sufficiently screened from the surrounding countryside and the associated positive economic benefits, in line with your office's recommendations, we hope you can approve this application today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start the questions, which makes a real change for me. I just want some clarification, please. I was looking at some information regarding this site online, and they're actually advertising them for sale as residential bungalows. So I need some clarification. Here, the application is for a holiday lodge, and yet they're advertising them as residential bungalows.
Okay, well, currently on site, the site already has permission for a lawful development certificate for 53 residential static caravan park homes. It's usual for them to advertise them as bungalows because it's a marketing phrase for them, but technically they fall under the definition of a caravan. And yeah, the site already has permission for 53, so that's what's being advertised at the moment.
So these 40 are purely holiday lets.
That's correct. Yeah, and it's the condition
Lovely.
to secure that use.
Councillor Reader.
Yeah, can I just ask, obviously this development is being accessed off Nickley Lane. So obviously when you go onto, there's an estate just near that, and it's very limited in how people can get in and out of that estate. It's one road in and one road out. So for me, it's obviously if you've got an increase in the traffic that's going down there, it's the impact on the neighbours and things like that that's just sort of concerning me. So what sort of measures are you going to be putting into place to make sure there's very limited impact on the people that live nearby?
So is that in terms of highways? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, there is a condition that does include a one-way system, for example, into the site. So the site currently benefits from 2 established entrances. So there'll be an in and out, perhaps, to mitigate against the impact of the traffic, if you like, and that would help the circulation and the flow off Nickley Lane.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mark Foster, member for Cole Aston. Hi, Mr. Griffiths. It mentions here in the page 24 of our PIKE, summary of late comments, it mentions that you requested for there being no need for any limitation of the time for length of stay. Could you explain that request to me, Mr. Griffiths?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it was more, there was 2 parts of the condition. The first part of the condition restricts the holiday accommodation only, and then the second part limits that holiday use to only 26 weeks by only one person or one kind of family, if you like. We deal with a lot of these holiday applications across the whole of the country, and the preferred approach is just by securing it simply by holiday use only, without any restriction to the period of occupancy. This is a kind of position accepted on many occasions by the planning inspectorate, and it's just a preferred way of these operators. Less restriction, but they still have to comply with the holiday use.
But on that, there is no definition of holiday use. If you've got no restriction, it's essentially a second home, or it can be your own, the primary home of someone.
Yeah. Well, part of that condition would be it'd be holiday use only, and then in order to enforce that, they would have to provide a proof of their permanent place of residence.
Yeah, I think my question was more about why you didn't want that restriction on.
Oh, it just increases maximum flexibility for the occupants and the owners of these new holiday lodges.
Maximum flexibility. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Nice.
Any other questions? Councillor Shipman?
I just wondered, I'm surprised some of my colleagues don't ask you about it. What wildlife surveys have you done on this such massive development that you're doing here? Because it looks big. Is there any, wildlife and biodiversity schemes that you've implemented within this to make it a bit more attractive? What work has been done on that front?
So we've carried out all the necessary surveys in terms of the phase ones to assess the ecological value of the site. You'll note there's a condition proposed to provide biodiversity enhancements prior to any development being undertaken. So at that stage, we'll look to provide mitigation measures to ensure the ecological value of the site is maintained.
Okay. Any further questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open the floor to debate, but just remind you all about motions at the end.
Excuse me, Chair, is there any questions to the officers at this point?
Oh, sorry, I bypassed that completely. I'm looking at the wrong page. Are there any questions for the officers? No, that's scary. Okay, the floor is open for debate. Oh, Councillor Armitage has his hand up.
Yeah, it's for the debate, actually. I'll let Adrian off for the moment. It was...
Can I just clarify then, have we moved from questions to the officers now into debate?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
All right.
Off you go.
Yeah, it's this question of contamination. Dioxins, they're killers. And Morton Tip is not very far away. And yes, they're saying 500 metres. Well, dioxins travel. And is it 500 metres? Do we know for sure? Or else there been some spillage elsewhere? And without a proper test of this, I think on the actual land contamination, I'm not happy with going ahead with granting it. Bearing in mind what Coalite and the explosion that happened there and stuff being buried there. Okay, it's hearsay, but let's have a proper survey done and let's check what the contamination levels are like, including the water courses. Because you're going to put all these things on and there'll be water running off this site, yes, into this marvellous settlement thing, which I did speak to Adrian about. And I'm not happy until we've had a proper contamination test done on this land and how far it actually spreads. Even if you have to go and have a look at Morton Tip and see what it's like there, because you want bottom on this before we deliver any decision on this, surely.
Councillor Reader?
Chair, I think, well, I'm mindful of what Councillor Armitage is saying. I think we've seen that there's been really big remediation done over the district for sites that have been really contaminated. You know, you look at the Avenue site, you know, there's been lots and lots of work done, and we have conditions in the report set down by the planning manager and the officers that say, you know, before any development can commence, you know, they're going to have to produce some sort of assessment. And for me, I think that offers a little bit of a safeguard and a comfort that before anything can happen, they've got to do that assessment on that risk. So I'm just mindful of that we're not just throwing it out before we've considered that there is that option of maybe bringing this land into some sort of good use rather than it just being stuck, storing caravans. You know, there is a housing development, you know, that's right next to it. There's an estate right next to it in Mickley. So with regards to the tip, I don't know that it would stack up with that if we've got a housing estate which is literally just quite near to it. So I do think we've got to try and consider all of those points, but I do take on board all the concerns about the contamination.
Thank you. Councillor Shipman.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Councillor Armitage that there needs to be that safeguard, and I think Councillor Reader's right in that it's actually in that condition. If the only thing we're debating is it contaminated, which I think seems to be the case to me at the minute based on what people have said, then that condition for me satisfies that concern. And I'd be mindful to approve it and making sure that we actually do, you know, the chair and maybe planning manager actually do see that report. So if there is anything that needs enforcing or whatever afterwards, it can be, or obviously the approval rescinded if it's not a suitable site. So that's where I'm at, and I'm happy to propose a motion after other councillors have finished.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned more about the policies we've got in place, specifically local plan policy E12, camping and caravan sites. And it says, while it doesn't rule out the possibility of touring caravan sites in the countryside, so this is touring caravan sites. And I know it's all about definition. We've got touring caravans, we've got static caravans, and we've got lodges. It says, while it doesn't rule out the possibility of touring caravan sites, it does say that the proposals for new static caravans will not normally be accepted outside settlements. So that's what the local plan says. E12 will not normally be accepted outside settlements. And that's mentioned as well on page 57 of our pike. 7.2, it mentions that. Second point, the emerging one, and at 7.3, so policy WC7, it says the explanatory text to the policy encourages the use of planning conditions to ensure holiday use rather than owner-occupied second homes. Now, for me, all of this screams out to me second homes. The intention of the Mr. Griffiths, the agent, not wanting that first clause in, even if you put in 24 weeks, 24 weeks to me would still say second homes without a shadow of a doubt. So that means the rest of the year you can be at your primary home. So straight away, so that's two policies, E12 for existing local plan and the emerging local plan, WC7. And that wants us as a council to steer away from giving permission for these second homes. Holiday homes, I think, is entirely different. This all goes on one step further to call these and advertise them as lodges. So on one hand, we want to apply, the agents want to apply, and the developers want to apply touring caravan policy, but move straight past static, then go on to lodges, but advertise them as something completely different. So when they're advertised on the open market, these are going for over 200,000. Now that's a second home to me. We could argue it's a holiday home, you could. That's when you look at the average cost of a house in this district on the open market is 187. That's in North East Derbyshire. And these are going at 200. It then states in 2.4 of our pike, permission is sought for holiday usage throughout the year. Throughout the year, that's what the permission they want. So basically these are, for me, these are second homes, if not primary homes. So for me, it's all put together. for me, it feels like the developers want to use our policy E12, which doesn't rule out the possibility of touring caravan sites. So it says that it doesn't rule out the possibility to create lodges for permanent usage at 200,000 apiece. That's what it feels like to me. Let's have a look at the next point I wanted to make. This is on the main modifications. So on the main modifications, WC6, the most latest one, it says outside the settled development limits and countryside locations, proposals for new or extensions to existing visitor accommodation, when it is not used for permanent residential occupation. So that's what they're not wanting to do. That's in the main modifications. Let me go on further. Proceeding to that policy, WC6, there's a paragraph 6.49 in the main modifications. And this was a quite important one for me. So this is the main modifications. Visitor accommodation in rural areas in suitable locations can have a positive impact on the local economy. Appropriate conditions must be applied. To avoid, and then it says this in bold and underlined, unsuitable residential developments or the provision of owner-occupied second homes. So we put it in our main modifications, or the provision of owner-occupied second homes, which are economically less beneficial and do not positively contribute to sustainable communities. All of this to me points towards, all of it points towards our existing local plan, the emerging local plan, and the main modifications which are there, especially that last bit. It all points towards this being, these are second homes. We've got that's my piece. Thank you.
Councillor Reader.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to see if Councillor Foster, on page 65, there's the conditions of limitations to use, and it does mention in there about each holiday lodge only being permitted to be used as holiday accommodation. And I just wondered if that offered him any comfort at all with regards to it not being used as a second home, or if he would build anything extra into the conditions to sort of relieve his concerns.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Reader. I think the answer is, how would you define a second home? I don't know the definition, and I'd happily take it from officers. For me, if I lived here, in my house here, and I got a second home on the coast somewhere, if I could afford one, would I be spending more than 24 weeks there? Do you know? That would be a second home where I spent the summer there, 3 months in the summer. So it is a second home. 24 weeks is a second home for me. It's not a holiday let. They're not letting it out. I think that what we're trying to do in our existing local plan and the new local plan, what we're trying to do is encourage the economy, a sustainable economy where people come to visit. We get tourism, people come to visit, and they spend money in the local community. This for me is something different. When somebody's got a second home, they may well fill the boot up before they go there from the local shop, go along, and they've got it all, it's all set up there. They're not people that would necessarily go to visit an area and then go and be there for 2 weeks or a month, and then go and visit the local community and spend money in the local shops and the visitor attractions. These are people that have got a second home that would just go there and spend their time there. That's how I see it. I don't know if that makes any sense. Thanks.
Right, I'm going to bring Adrian in first, and then Councillor Shipman and Councillor Ridgway.
I appreciate that, Chair, and Sue may have points to make if appropriate, Sue. But first of all, just dealing with the contamination issue, as has been mentioned, I think by Councillor Reader, the condition that's proposed, I think it's condition 3, is the one that's been recommended by the environmental health officers, and would, in your officer's opinion, address any concerns about land contamination, requiring appropriate remediation as necessary, should that be required by the phase 1 study. So as far as contamination is concerned, on the evidence that's before the council, that seemed to be an appropriate way of dealing with the issue of contamination. Just coming on to the issue that Councillor Foster has just discussed about holiday lodges, second homes, etc. The application is submitted for holiday lodges, so it's not been submitted for second homes, but I understand the point that Councillor Foster is making. And in terms of that, officers, in terms of the most up-to-date policy in the publication draft local plan, which is, in our opinion, reflective of the more permissive policies set out in the NPPF. So ones on which we would attach more weight in this case, do encourage tourism facilities, but don't seek to encourage second homes, as Councillor Foster's mentioned. That was why I think Councillor Reader raised this point, but I think it's condition 22 does seek to create a balance on that by only allowing occupation for 24 weeks in any 52-week rolling period. It is always difficult to define second homes, holiday homes, lodges, how you might define that. And certainly in terms of enforceability, it is very difficult. And you heard earlier on Mr. Griffiths saying how he would enforce it, which would be requiring proof of first homes. My view is that would be very difficult to monitor and enforce properly. And many would see it as an invasion of their probably their lives that they may not be happy to cooperate with the council on. Hence our suggestion of 24 weeks in any rolling 52-week period. However, if this was the concern of members, you could impose a stricter provision on that and for example, suggest that no person should occupy any lodge for a period exceeding 4 weeks in any rolling 52-week period, for example, which would limit it to exactly the length of time. I think that Councillor Foster mentioned 2 weeks, 4 weeks, which would certainly be easier to understand as holiday use rather than an ongoing rolling permanent use, because permanent residential use in this location would generally be contrary to your policies, hence our imposition or recommended imposition of the condition. Is that fair enough, Sue, as I've outlined it?
Sorry. Yes, I think that sums it up, really. It's open to members to come up with a different condition if that was felt appropriate. Really what we just need to do is try and introduce some precision into the condition so that it makes it enforceable.
Thank you. Councillor Shipman?
Yeah, I was going to say, Adrian's kind of touched on what I was going to say actually, which was you just reduce the amount of time that they're able to occupy the building. Because at that point, you're not going to actually be able to sell a building if they can only occupy it for 4 weeks or something. They're typically going to be rented out, you know, long weekend stays and stuff like that. So I absolutely support putting or amending that condition to be a bit more stricter on the length of weeks people can stay there. And as far as I'm concerned, with those two conditions, bear in mind what Councillor Foster said, I think that probably, hopefully, meets the concerns and deals with them. So yeah, I'm ready with the motion.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Ridgway?
Yes, I was just going to go along those lines. I mean, 24 weeks is just over 6 months. I mean, nobody holidays for 6 months in one place. So I think if it is, as it states, a caravan park, then it should be treated as a caravan park for people that are holidaying. And I think we should put a limit of 4 weeks, maximum of 4 weeks stay. Basically that's in that condition 22.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more comments? Any more questions for the officers? Oh, Councillor Powell.
Yeah, I think no matter what formula we come up with in conditions about how long people should stay, in a practical sense, are not enforceable. I just don't think we could come up with anything that we could be sure of. My main concern is the potential for contamination. And I wonder whether, I know the condition says that a survey should be done before any work starts, but I'm wondering whether we can investigate the potential for a toxic mix in there being sorted out before we actually grant permission. Maybe that's not practical, but it would seem a sensible way forward to find out first rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I take the point of the 4 week from the other members, and that would satisfy my concerns, but I don't think it'll stick. I don't think it'll be enforceable, much like Councillor Powell said. So I'm open to suggestions, but I've got the feeling that, you know, it could be like other cases in that permissions granted here and they come back to have a condition lifted later on, and catch us light one day. So that's the feeling I've got. And I know you shouldn't make decisions now based on what might happen in the future, that I understand. But the whole intention of all of this is to build these houses and sell them. You've got to look at the other 53 that are for sale, all for sale over 200,000. The intention is the same here. It's second homes. That's the intention, and that's how, you know, I think we should bear that in mind when we put anything forward. I think we've got to be. I want to be very careful before I put my hand up and just saying, yeah, 4 weeks and that'll be fine, and they'll treat it as a. Because I would love these to be. I really would love these to be built and bring people into our area. They spend money in our area, and it create jobs and an economy. It'd be sustainable. It sounds great, and I'm really supportive of that. This is not what it's about. That's my concern. So I don't want to rush into this. That's my thoughts.
Okay. If there's no more comments, I'm just going to ask the clerk to remind you all about.
I think, sorry, Chair, I think Adrian was wanting to make a point.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Ridgway.
Right.
Her finger at me. Councillor Ridgway, off you go.
Yeah, I just wondered if maybe we could defer this one until people's concerns have been sorted regarding the contamination, and maybe finding another way of wording condition 22 where it can be enforced. I agree with Councillor Foster that I think overall the concept is really good in the sense that it will bring people to the area, and I do believe we need to have these as holiday lets. But I just wondered whether a deferment may be something that we could consider.
Okay. Adrian?
Yes, Chair. Deferment is obviously one option for members. However, the issue of contamination, I'll come back to the point I mentioned earlier. I do believe that on that point, condition 3 would ensure that the issue of contamination was addressed. And if that resulted in significant amount of work being done, then so be it. But as was mentioned, I think it may have been Councillor Reader again, but it does show what's been done on Avenue and Colite. If you've got sufficient funds, you can provide any technical solution to an issue such as land contamination. So I honestly believe that is acceptable and could be dealt with by that condition 3. Just in terms of the wider use, members need to consider whether this development in the form that it's proposed is acceptable or not in terms of its impact, and in terms of the assessment against your policies, which do allow for caravan accommodation, but to serve tourism, a tourism use, the tourism industry. And that seems to be the issue of concern here. I understand fully the issue that Councillor Foster's raised in respect of enforceability. And yes, whatever length of time you were to impose in terms of weeks on a condition, it does raise that issue. But Sue, again, may be able to assist me on this, but it is enforceable, albeit it does require some following up. So again, if members were concerned about these facilities being properly tourist facilities and were concerned about the length of time that officers are proposing, would want, say, a 4-week period, then I do believe that condition, subject to maybe some tidying up of the location, would be precise, it would be enforceable, and would serve the purpose that you would want it to do if you were minded to go with that. So I do think it passes the test, but I don't want to underestimate the issues around pursuing it from an enforcement point of view if that were required. But I think, again, by conditioning it, limiting it to the length of time, that would, in my opinion, address the concerns of members and bring it within line of your policies.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, are we able to make a proposal?
I think at this stage, Chair, you said this was still the debate, or?
The debate. I was just going to say, if there's no comment, no further comment, I would actually put it out for a motion. And I've got a hand going up. Councillor Foster.
Sorry, Councillor Shipman, but yeah, I did ask first. Yeah, I'd like to make a proposal, easy one, that we do not give planning permission for this, based on all those reasons I mentioned. The existing local plan policy E12, Mr. Kirkham. E12, it doesn't fit that. WC6 of the emerging local plan, and paragraph 6.49, which precedes the policy WC6, the one about unsustainable residential development, the one that's in bold, which includes the provision of owner-occupied second homes. That's quite clear. That's up to date, new policy that I think we're going to be supporting. So those three reasons. If anyone would like to add to that proposal, I'd accept something about the land contamination, but I'd like to propose that E12, WC6 and the paragraph in main modifications 6.49 preceding that for unsustainable residential development. Is that clear, Mr. Kirkham? Is that?
Yeah, that's very clear. If I can just ask for one element of clarification. I'm presuming from what you're saying that you're concerned that it is in effect tantamount to the provision of residential accommodation in a rural area. That's the concern that you have, contrary to those policies. But I presume from that point of view, a residential use would in effect contravene your countryside protection policies anyway. And I would suggest that they were added in if members are minded to refuse the application on that basis, because I think that is the thrust of what the concern would be.
It is for me. Please add those in. If anybody was mind to second, add the others.
Unsustainable residential development in a countryside area, contrary to those countryside protection policies, and then specifically those, I think it's right to add in those tourism-related policies that Councillor Foster's quoted, Chair.
I'll second that. I'll second it.
Okay, so we now need a roll call.
Sorry, Chair, just to be clear then, it's to reject the application and not to give planning permission for the reasons set out in the sort of the discussion here, but with a particular focus on unsustainable residential development in a countryside area.
And if that is passed, Chair, if the final wording could be delegated himself in consultation with yourself, Chair, I think that would allow us to tidy up any bits and pieces around that.
Okay, is that okay with you, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'd like to also put in the land contamination.
Okay.
Does Councillor Foster agree to that?
Could we have a bit of guidance off Mr. Kirkham how that stands? That what we could include.
My advice would not to be include that, because I think there is appropriate means of safeguarding the site and its development from that element of the scheme without evidence before you of extraordinary land contamination. I understand what Councillor Liggett said at the start, but by her own admission, that was, I think she used the word hearsay. I would be very reticent. I wouldn't advise you to include land contamination in your refusal, should you be minded to refuse the application. I believe that would be adequately addressed through the recommended conditions.
Okay, I'll withdraw the land contamination.
Okay, thank you. Nikki, at the ready?
Thank you, Chair. If members could clearly say for, against or abstain, and this is for Councillor Foster's motion to refuse the application. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Powell.
For.
Councillor Reader.
Against.
Councillor Ridgway,
I'm abstaining.
Councillor Rouse,
Against.
Councillor Rough,
For.
and Councillor Shipman.
Against.
So, Chair, that is 5 votes for, 3 against, with 2 abstentions, which means the motion to refuse has been carried.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, the final application that we have before us today. If I can find the right sheet. Is NED 20/00978/0L, and this is about 4 bungalows at Renishaw.
Has Councillor Liggett come back?
Oh, is she back?
I don't know.
Just give me a moment. Welcome back, Councillor Liggett.
Okay, are we all back and ready to go? So this is our final application, planning application. Just again to confirm normal practice, planning for officers will speak first and the meeting facilitator will put it all on screen to share it with us. So off we go. Is this one you're presenting, Adrian? You're on mute, Adrian.
My apologies on a couple of levels, Chair. I'm sorry about that. Are you okay with me to start?
Yes, please.
Sorry, just before we begin, Ms. Farnsworth, could you disable your camera for the moment? Thank you.
And on this application, Chair, it's for the 4 bungalows at Hague Lane at Renishaw. Refer members to the late updates report of yesterday, Chair. This application seeks consent for up to 4 bungalows in outline, with only the issue of access being considered at this stage. The site is located within the settlement limits for Renishaw and on a brownfield site, as we'll see in the photographs in a second. Therefore, in officer's opinion, the principle of any redevelopment of the site would be acceptable for residential use and in accordance with your policies. The site is elevated above Hague Lane and currently occupied by a number of low single-storey buildings. For these reasons, Chair, it's considered appropriate to restrict the height of any buildings to a single story and to be no more than 6.5 metres in height to ensure there's no adverse impact on the character of the area, and that's contained in one of the conditions that's recommended, Chair. It's considered the new dwellings could be designed to not adversely impact on the amenity of the neighbouring properties, and in accordance with the advice of the Highway Authority, is not considered to be any adverse impact on highway safety, and therefore, Chair, as officers believe there are no other technical reasons why consent shouldn't be granted, recommendation is to approve the scheme. So if I just have the slides up, Nikki, please. Thank you. The application site, Chair, outlined in, well, it's coloured brown. You can just make out the buildings that exist on the site. We'll see photographs of those in a second. And in the representations is made on the Leylandii trees, which occupy the boundary of the southwestern portion of the site. Again, we'll see some photographs of those in a second. Thanks, Nikki. The application site outlined in red, Chair, or the land owned or controlled by the applicant in blue, which is the bungalow in front of the buildings. And again, we'll see photographs of that in a second. Thanks, Nikki. The application is in outline, Chair, but an indicative layout has been submitted showing how 4 bungalows, those are them, 1, 2, 3, 4, how they may be accommodated on the site. But this is an indicative layout, and detailed approval of siting design, layout and landscaping would be required at a reserve matter stage should consent be granted this afternoon. Thanks, Nikki. This photograph, Chair, looking from Hague Lane past the existing garage to the existing bungalow that's owned or controlled by the applicant on the left. The buildings that occupy the site are those at the top of the bank and middle of the photograph, the white buildings, currently primarily single story, but there are other buildings again that we'll see, other structures that we'll see in a second, but it's primarily those to the top of the site and then a few others to the right hand side behind the Leylandii trees on the right hand side. So there's just a few photographs here that show the site. Just go through them, Nikki, please. And I think there's another one. Yes. So it just shows there's various porta cabins, hard standings, etc. on the site. And then references made and representations to these Leylandii trees and the retaining wall that occupies this portion of the site. Ultimately, they are matters between the parties, Chair, but I don't think either the issue of the wall or the trees would create any problems to the proper setting of 4 bungalows on this site. Thanks, Nikki. I think we just got a couple more. The bungalow on the left of this photograph is the applicant's bungalow and the garage in front. The site does slope down towards, the land does slope down towards Haig Lane. So the application site is the area of the buildings and the apron of hard surfacing tarmac in front of it. And then as you can see, the site drops down to Haig Lane. So hence the restriction on the height of the buildings to single story and or 6.5 metres in maximum height, which officers believe would be needed to ensure that any development of the site wasn't overbearing on the surrounding area. But the fencing on the right-hand side, as you can see, is stepped down, which does indicate how the land slopes way back down towards Haig Lane. I think there's one more, Nikki. This is just looking north and past the application site. Again, you can see the fence on the left-hand side. The officer report does say that single story or bungalows with rooms to the roof is the predominant character of buildings in the area. And you can see some of those beyond the site to the north, just on the left-hand side of the photograph. I think that's all the photographs, Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 speakers on this, and the first one is Samantha Farnsworth.
Yes, good afternoon. Apologies, I'm not.
You. Sorry, where have you gone? There we are. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, no problem. Apologies, I'm not familiar with this type of process. And also my preparation was in relation to the entire application. And I note at the start of the conversation that the chap mentioned that this was about access. My objection doesn't really focus on access, apart from to say, I note that there's been consideration about traffic. At the moment, I've lived in this house for over 4 years. During all that time, the property to the south of me, which is the land in question, has been used solely for an office. There has been no, and I realise and I recognise that that's a strong statement to make, but to my knowledge, no industrial traffic in relation to this site at the moment. So therefore, I do believe that the part we're talking about today in relation to access is relevant in so much as there will be considerable and substantial traffic, not only when it's been the building process is taking place, but also when and if it's actually developed. I do have other concerns, but as I've stated, I've heard the fact that this is about the access to it. My other concerns are in relation to some of the photographs that I've seen now, but unfortunately, I've not submitted that as part of my statement today.
Thank you. You want to carry on? We've got a few minutes left.
Yeah, okay. So as I've said, I apologise the fact that the preparation wasn't in relation to the access. And as I've said, I've lived here for just over 4 years. We appreciate we've not had any neighbours to the south of us. When we bought the detached property, We expected a maximum of 2 sets of neighbours, 1 either side, not a potential of 6. In an email that I think was wrote by Denise Knight to Linda Trollope, pointing out that the majority of windows point towards 101 and 103 Egg Lane and that this could be improved. There are currently no, I repeat, no transparent windows visible from the development site onto my home at 101. As previously advised, our privacy will be dramatically compromised, as well as the potential ever domestic traffic, which quickly leads me on
30
to
seconds remain.
the photograph. One of the photographs that's been presented, I don't believe shows in pictorial form how steep that gradient is. And indeed, 6.5 meters is very high, and the people in those houses will clearly be able to see into my property.
Thank you. Okay. Have we any questions? No? Thank you. The next speaker is the agent, Linda Trollope. Linda, when you're ready.
The site is located within the settlement development limit for Renshaw and is a previously developed site, having been used for commercial purposes, originally as sawmill and most recently as offices and storage for 2 building construction companies. It is in a sustainable location with easy access to local services and public transport services. The principle of the redevelopment of the site is in accordance with both local and national planning policy. This is an outline application which has been submitted to establish the acceptability of the redevelopment of the site for 4 bungalows. And while a layout plan has been submitted with the application, this was for illustrative purposes only and does not indicate the final layout of the site. Full details of the site layout, the appearance and scale of the bungalows will need to be submitted as a reserved matters application if outline permission is granted, and the details of the scheme considered at that time. That would be the appropriate time for considering matters such as the detailed impact on neighbours' privacy, etc. The only detail that is under consideration with the current application is the site access. The access will follow the line of the existing access, apart from a small deviation close to the highway to improve visibility and allow space to provide pedestrian intervisibility displays to either side of the access. This access served the former commercial uses on the site, which involved heavy goods vehicles and up to 12 employees, frequently travelling to and from the site several times a day. Traffic generated by 4 bungalows is likely to be significantly less than the previous commercial traffic. And I would also stress that the Highway Authority, as your technical advisors, have raised no objections to the use of this access. In view of the above, I would request that members should accept the planning officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, Ms. Farnsworth, you can't speak anymore now. You're not party to this. No questions? Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the officers? Councillor Ridgway?
Yeah, I noticed in the photos that nobody actually took a picture from the main road itself, from the other side of Haig Lane, viewing up to where these bungalows are going to be. I am 100% against these, in the sense of the road and that. I've got concerns regarding the visual side of things. It's quite that Maston Moor Road cannot have pavements either side. It cannot be made pedestrian safe at all, and it is a bit of a rat race as well. And we have big lorries, we have bus routes, we have big lorries coming from Bowls over, coal lorries. It's just not sustainable, and you cannot have that road cannot have all these cars coming in and out of that entrance on a daily basis. And you're probably talking about probably 8 to 10 cars extra for that area. And the road is just not wide enough, as far as I'm concerned, for that access to be looked at for these bungalows.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? No? Adrian, can I bring you in now?
Just in terms of the issue that Councillor Ridgway raised about highway safety, Chair, the Highway Authority, as members will note, have raised no objections to the application, and as Mrs. Trollope says, they are the advisor to the council on that. So which in an officer view carries significant weight in your consideration. And as we've discussed many times at committee, in terms of highway and other related issues, it is the evidence of the impact that needs to be considered. And whilst noting what Councillor Ridgway said, 4 bungalows would, on the basis of the normal assessment by the Highway Authority, result in potentially 24 traffic movements over a 24-hour period, of which 15% would be in the peak. So that's 6 traffic movements in the peak hour, which is 1 every 10 minutes, which from an officer point of view, we wouldn't consider had a serious and adverse impact on highway safety. So bearing in mind the issues before you, the advice of the Highway Authority and the likely impact of the scheme on highway safety, I don't believe as officers we will place significant concern on that element. And you also need to bear in mind that the site has an extant commercial and industrial use that could be reintroduced at any time, and that too would have traffic and highway implications, maybe even greater than 4 bungalows. So I'd also ask that members take full account of the fallback position in terms of that highway issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for the officers? Councillor Armitage?
Thank you, Chair. I take it as in the notes, it's a brownfield site, as it is. Adrian?
Yes, Chair. Yes, the buildings on and the uses that Mrs. Trollope mentioned, Chair, yes, it is a brownfield site. As you can see, the area that's proposed carries existing buildings and the tarmac apron in front of it.
I think myself that there is a problem here with privacy for the existing people, but I think to sort of tidy the site up would be a good idea by putting some houses in, but limit the height, so limit the impact of them, and also limit the fact about putting dormer windows in, but this can come into the reserve matters. So yeah, I'm in favour of this application.
Okay, are there any more comments before Councillor Shipman?
Adrian, can you just clarify, just so I've got this absolutely right? This is, are we able to add conditions to mitigate the concern of the object, which was the viewing into the windows thing? Can we actually apply conditions to this application here to say, put up a, you know, like some fencing or something that could be high enough to mitigate that view?
If you're so concerned about it and otherwise you would wish to resist the application for that reason, then yes, you are. You could require, say, a 2-metre fence along a rear boundary, for example. That would normally come in as part of and parcel of the reserve matters scheme. If you were so concerned about it, then you could impose that condition now. But you need to be precise in where you would want it and the reason for it. The issue that Councillor Armitage has made in terms of the removal of, I think Councillor Armitage is talking about removal of permitted rights to prevent things such as dormer windows being added. The impact on neighbours is a material matter, and officers believe that bungalows or dwellings no higher than 6.5 metres in height could be designed to protect amenity despite the changing levels. And for that reason, condition number 3 is to restrict the buildings to single story with a height no greater than 6.5 metres to the highest ridge point. So that's that particular issue. But again, if a concern of members was potential introduction of dormer windows subsequently, then even at this stage, if you wanted to, you could remove rights for dormer windows, additional alterations to the roof, and you could also, even at this point, remove any rights for the recently introduced additional story on top. Even at this point, you could remove that right. It's not recommended currently, neither the issue about the boundary fencing that Councillor Shipman mentioned, nor the removal of PD rights that Councillor Armitage has mentioned, but you could impose that at this stage if you felt there was a good reason.
Well, I'm just of the opinion that if we can mitigate this, I mean, the bungalows are high, so even though you restrict it to one level, they're still looking down into windows, which is, I'm just thinking, it might be something that we could condition so that the developer puts along that western boundary as it backs onto those, is it 107 and 103, is it?
I think my suggestion, Chair, that the condition is added requiring a enclosure, means of enclosure, whether it be a fence or a wall of 2 metres high along the western boundary, only to allow the access road to be afforded through it.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it to the developers to choose what they feel is necessary, but I think there does need to be something that gets rid of that line of sight. I think down the hill towards 103 and 107. So yeah, that's my views. And then with that condition, I'll be in favour of approving it, to be honest.
Councillor Armitage.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think surely that if we take the buildings away at the moment, and if you, because of the height, I just wonder if you stuck a bulldozer in there and scraped a lot off, you could reduce it by a couple of feet, something like that, which would reduce the impact on the other houses. I mean, at this point, can we say excavate? Because you could level it off more, let's put it like that. And also put the provision in for single story, no dormer windows, and reduce the actual pitch of the roof to a small amount so that people can't go and put a Velux window in and a second story. Could it be done at this point?
If you considered it necessary, yes, that could be done. As I say, condition number 3 currently restricts the dwellings to be single story in height, single story with height no greater than 6.5 metres at the highest point of the ridge. You could, if you wanted to reduce that 6.5 height, you could do that. I don't know what that would be and how steep it would need to be to accommodate a roof tile, but if you considered 6.5 metres was acceptable, you then take away rights to install dormer windows and any other alterations to the roof, and you could remove any rights to install Velux or similar roof lights as well, and you could do that at this stage if you felt that was necessary.
Yeah, could we actually restrict, excavate the ground level out, sort of to scrape the top off and reduce the height to start with the site by a couple of feet?
I don't know if that would be reasonable because I don't know the implications of that and how that impacts on other things. I think if you were concerned about the height, you could either wait for the Reserve Matters application to come in, or you could specifically require details of the Reserve Matters to include the levels, and then you would have the opportunity of assessing the levels of the new buildings on the adjoining properties at that stage. But I think a levels condition specifying those details to be part of the Reserve Matters would be one way of ensuring that when the Reserve Matters come in, you would have that information to be able to make that assessment. That would be my recommendation, Chair, that you impose that levels condition, and also in view of Councillor Armitage's concerns, members would, don't want to put words in your mouth as committee members, Chair, but I think you would be probably looking to take away permitted rights for dormers and any other alterations or windows in the roof at this stage as well, which would then educate any reserved matters submission.
Thank you. Councillor Powell?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here. I think all those matters can be dealt with at a later time when we have specific details of what's proposed. At the moment, we only have 4 bungalows in outline. So I think that I'm sure the agent has been listening to our conversation and will get the drift of what our concerns are. And I hope that would be reflected in the eventual full application. So I will fully support this when the motion is made.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, I will open the floor for motions. I'm going to ask, Councillor Shipman's waving his hand.
Sorry, I'm happy to wait for you to finish what you were about to say.
I was just going to ask the clerk to go through the rules and regulations regarding motions.
Yes, you just bear me with a second, Chair. Yes, just to remind members that to bear in mind that a motion must be moved and seconded before the votes are taken. And if an amendment to a motion is subsequently moved and seconded, then that amendment will be voted on first. And just again to remind members, if a motion is to be moved which goes against officer recommendations, and the member who has moved the motion must give the reasons for doing so. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, do we have a motion on the table?
Yeah, I'll put one on to go.
No, sorry.
Councillor Armitage, Councillor Shipman had his hand up first.
Sorry, Ross.
Yeah, I'll propose that it's accepted on the basis, though, that there's a condition in there to put a 2-metre high fence along the western side of the bungalow boundaries, which runs along 103 and 107 of those 2 bungalows there. So basically, it would cut off the visuals down the hill and along the entrance pathway, so the concerns raised by the objector to me, that's met. I see no other planning reasons why this can be objected to anyway.
Okay, is there a seconder for this proposal?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Armitage. Nikki, are you at the ready?
I am, Chair. So,
Yeah,
proposal.
Sorry, Chair.
Before you take the vote, just so I can be absolutely clear, the resolution is as per set out in the officer report, with that additional condition from Councillor Shipman regarding a 2-metre high boundary on the western, a 2-metre high fence or similar on the western site boundary.
Yeah, I mean, would it make it easier just to put wherever there's a boundary with a resident? I know that there's only one side, isn't there, that backs onto the field. So it would be all the other boundaries, wouldn't it? Because that's where visuals would be.
If I understand it correctly, Chair, then a 2-metre high boundary of fencing or walling or similar on the southern, western and northern site boundary.
Yeah.
Both happy with that, gentlemen?
Spot on, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Are we okay to go now, Alan?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Off we go, Nikki.
Okay, thank you, members. If you clearly say for, against or abstain for a motion that's on the table to move the recommendations with a condition. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Liggett.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Powell.
For.
Councillor Reader.
For.
Councillor Ridgway.
I'll go for it.
Councillor Rouse.
For.
Councillor Ruff.
For.
Councillor Shipman.
For.
Chair, with 11 votes for, 0 against, 0 abstentions, that's carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think the final item on our agenda is the planning appeals. I'll call on the planning manager to explain our next report, item 9, appeals lodged and determined.
Not a great deal to go into in this month's report. Yeah, there's been the 2 appeals, one allowed and one dismissed. The decision notice has been forwarded through to members, and as one relates to a bungalow at Greenley and Dronfield and the other a 2-storey dwelling at Rotherham Road in Killamarsh, whilst they do make quite interesting reading, as they aren't from an officer perspective entirely consistent with one another, they don't raise significant matters of policy or principle. So I've no further comment to make, Chair, although as with all appeal decisions, they do make some interesting reading.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have any questions? No, we're all happy to accept the report. Just a show of hands will be fine.
Yes, that's accepted, Chair.
Thank you. Last item, item 10 is urgent business. I don't have any urgent business, but I do have a bit of an update regarding training. As you're all aware, we've been hoping to have someone from Highways to come and talk to us regarding on how they work. Unfortunately, we've not had any luck to date. But I have been informed that they've now had a reshuffle over at County regarding Highways, and in the not too distant future, we will have someone to come and talk to us. I would ask for members is if you have any specific item for training, you get in touch with me via email, and also if you could pass that and copy in Councillor Foster, that would be brilliant. Thank you all very much for your forbearance, and I wish you a good night. Thank you.
Yeah.